Double, double boil and trouble. Hark at the stroke of 3, Anjuli shall unveil the mystery. Static web apps are under a sight, with GitHub and DevOps in seamless flight. Next at 4, Rick will take the stage with configurations that are all the rage. A powerful model securities embrace. Join him as he quickens the pace. When the hour is 5, Andreas will arise. With the data builder, clever surprise. He'll weave the API magic simple and neat to bring the data to your web app's feet. Then at 6, the CLI calls. The Jhakry and Timothy shall break down the walls. From command line to deployment, all from your desk. A powerful tool so simple and fresh. As a Kliptok 7, Eric will share how to make static dynamic with utmost care. With Blazor's might and open source grace, he'll guide you through this digital race. Finally at 8, Jeffrey appears with tales of Kliptok and conquering fears. From Twitch's depths, his app took flight, a journey through the code into the night. Good afternoon, and hello, Eric. How are you doing?
Hello, Stacy. I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm not bad. We have a spooktacular day ready for this. I have the hat. I have the cape. Yeah. I have the makeup that's just scared people at the door when they were delivering stuff. It's what more can you need?
That's perfect.
So, we have a wonderful day ahead of us. I think the first thing that we have to say is, as awesome as it is to have Eric here, Eric isn't the person that was supposed to be hosting with me today. Jessica, we wish you all the best. Get well soon, and just know that we're all thinking from you here.
Yeah.
Then, of course, we have sponsors that we need to talk about, because even an online conference like this, first time I've organized one, and the amount of stuff that you have to do is just unbelievable. So let's get our sponsors on the screen. First of all, we have OmniPlan. They make financial... You know what? It'd be really good if I could talk, wouldn't it? I spent too long cackling. They make a financial comparison software here in the Netherlands. It's a company that I work for, and they've joined in to make this possible. We have CAB from Sweden. They've also contributed so that we can get everything working as we need it today. And we have the Coding After Work podcast. They make awesome content. Go check them out. Go look at all of our sponsors. Really couldn't have done it without them. So thank you, everybody, for that. And final bit of housekeeping that we need to do. Let's have a look. Is my screen going to share? Always fun technology, isn't it? Hey, look at that. We have a code of conduct. Now, I'm just going to drop this code of conduct into the chat so you can go there. The long version is on the site, obviously. The short version is be nice to each other, have fun in the chat, talk to each other, meet people, talk about what's going on, but we will not tolerate any kind of harassment of any kind to any group of people. So keep it nice, have fun, and with that out of the way that we have to do, Eric, who do we have coming up first?
Well, we have Anjuli, who will be talking about, give me 1 second, about getting started. And
hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, everyone. Nice to be here.
It's awesome to have you. Thanks so much for joining us here to do this.
No problem.
Yeah, it's so you're in the Netherlands as well? So
yes.
You're with me in this wonderful, amazing that we're having at the moment. It's not grey and miserable at all, but it's
No,
Halloween.
not at all.
So it fits.
It fits perfectly. Yes, yes.
And
If
you're
it
gonna
if it makes you happier, it's the same here.
Oh.
if
That's
it
a
makes
little
you
bit of
happy, you
comfort.
can't go to Sweden and escape it.
No, I could figure, but
Awesome.
Oh.
Okay, so you're going to be talking to us about getting started with static web apps, and I think it's worth repeating. We have this on the site as well. The idea for today is to really help you grow your way through static web apps. It is an amazing piece of technology that I have loved since it's been in preview. I've been talking about it for years. I wrote a book about it a couple of years ago. Don't go out and buy it because I'm rewriting it at the moment. Go out and buy it at the beginning of next year. Shameless plug there. But I don't think it gets the love that it should get. And I think that in too many people's eyes, it's still seen as this toy more than this serious resource that you can do stuff with. So we thought we'd put this conference together, and we're focusing on the free tier today. So all of the stuff you can do without spending any money. And yeah,
Very
we're going to start with
important.
Anjuli, getting started, playing with it, seeing what it can do. And then we're going to go a little bit deeper with each session. And the last two sessions of the day, Eric's and Jeff Fritz's, they are going to be talking about real-world experiences of things that they built and ran on static web apps. So hopefully by the end of today, you're going to have a nice, well-rounded idea of what you can do with static web apps. And yeah, go out and try it yourself and see what we can do. And I've just seen a message from Rick. We're supposed to get some sun this afternoon, which probably translates to a ray of sun or two. Yeah, that kind of, that seems about accurate for me.
If you get more than 5 minutes, it's a win.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
exactly.
So we've got just a couple of minutes before Anjuli is due to start. We have all of the sessions are going to start on the hour. They're all going to take plus minus 45 minutes, including questions. And then we're going to have a 15-minute rest between each session. Idea being, if there's some things that you like really want to get into, then you know you can come on the hour at that time and get into the session. So we've got no strange starting times at 10 minutes to the hour or quarter past the hour. On the hour, every hour, until 8 o'clock tonight, Central European time. And we have an amount of people talking in the chat room already. So we have Andreas is going to be on later. Epic intro. Thank you so much. I was trying to figure out, is that over the top or is that doable?
Oh, it's amazing.
I so enjoyed doing that.
Yeah. Oh, it's really nice. I didn't expect it though, but this is really fun to look at. It's like all in the Halloween style.
I've got to do the Halloween
at
style.
The end.
Yeah.
We got a Croning Technology joining in. So thank you there for Croning. And we have Robert joining. So hello, Robert. And there's our coding after work. So hi, kids.
Yeah, our sponsor.
Hi, Cora.
Hi.
Sorry, I interrupted you there, Anjuli. What were you saying?
Oh, yes. I actually wanted to wear my Loki outfit.
Oh, that would be awesome too.
Yeah, but I lost it. So I was like, yeah, sorry, tearing up my whole room and I was like, where did I leave the horns? But I couldn't find them anymore. So I'm just wearing my Loki vest, which has only the Loki. Yeah, you can see it, but
it's green and black. It's perfect Halloween color.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. And I think on that note, we're coming up to the hour. So yeah, if you can share your screen, Anjuli, we'll let you take it away.
Yes. Let's see if it still works. It's always a surprise.
Oh, absolutely. The thing that gets me is we've been doing this now since 2020 when COVID hit. And it's still the same. Oh, excellent, Rick. You're a Loki.
Oh, good one.
Amazing. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to share my screen and then you should see my PowerPoint.
We can see your PowerPoint, so we're going to let you take it away. Thank you so much. And yeah, we'll speak to you soon. Enjoy, everybody.
Thank you. If something goes wrong, please tell me. This is actually my very, very first time streaming or giving a presentation virtually. I'm only used to giving presentations with people in front of me. So yeah, if something goes wrong, please do tell. I only have one screen, so I cannot see the comments or anything. So please, if somebody asks something, just let me. Yeah, maybe Stacy can just say like, "Hey, somebody is asking this," or you can leave your questions for afterwards. So, getting started with Azure Static Web Apps. Um, first, first of all, this is really an amazing service of Azure. Especially if you're a lazy developer like me. And I'll first talk about who am I. I'm Anjuli Jhakry. I took the picture that Stacy made for LinkedIn. I loved it with the little ghost and the letters. I couldn't find the font though, but yeah. I'm Anjuli Jhakry. I'm a .NET developer. I was born and raised in the Netherlands, in Rotterdam. Even though my name wouldn't probably suggest that I'm Dutch, but I'm half Dutch and half Indian. So for everybody who's Indian, Suk Diwali is today. So happy Suk Diwali. And I'm a .NET developer at 4.net. I've been working here for more than a year, and it's a consultancy firm. So they also place me at clients. For my day-to-day job, I'm working on WinForms, which is, I know, really, really, really old, but yeah, still a really nice project to work on. And it's a very big monolith, so yeah, it's fun. I'm mainly focusing on working with .NET Blazor. I really love Blazor. And .NET MAUI. I have built, I think, now 4 apps in .NET MAUI, and I'm working on my own app for people with food intolerances and allergies because I have 2 of those. So I have a whole list of things that I cannot eat, and I was kind of frustrated that there was no app at all to yeah, help me with that. So as a normal developer would do, I created my own. These are my socials. I probably should change my name on X as well to go with Anjuli to make it easier. I also focus a lot on Intra ID. I really am interested in security and authentication. And on my YouTube channel, I have a lot of videos on how to connect your Blazor application, MAUI application, or your API in .NET with Microsoft Entra ID. And also a lot of other videos around that topic. And also, I've become a Microsoft MVP since this June. I keep adding it to my slides, otherwise I forget to mention it because it's kind of new. But I'm really happy that I have become an MVP in the .NET category. But today we're not talking about .NET. We're talking about Azure Static Web Apps. And Azure Static Web Apps is a service from Microsoft on Azure, which you can configure to kind of make your life very easy as a developer. Like I said, I'm a lazy developer, and this is the kind of the best service to use for your static web apps. But before I get into that a little bit more, I first wanted to focus on the static part of the Azure Static Web Apps because there are kind of 2 types of web apps. And if you're an absolute beginner at all with web apps, I just wanted to show you this. There's a difference between those 2. You have server-hosted web apps and static web apps. And as the name would suggest, server-hosted web apps run on a server. So what this means is the moment that your user goes to your web page, so they type the URL in the browser and they go to your web page, then the home page loads, and this page is then loaded from the server. So your application is running on a server somewhere in Azure, or it could be in Google, and then only the page that is necessary at that time is sent to the browser. And that's the only static content that is sent. But if you are using a static web app, which is more and more popular these last couple of years, then your whole application is running in the browser. So then again, when your user is going to your web page and it logs in, or it goes to your homepage and it's loaded, then the whole application is loaded the first time your user goes to your web page. Yeah, that is kind of the biggest difference between these 2. And Azure Static Web Apps then focus, as the name also which suggests, on static web apps. So what is Azure Static Web Apps? What does it do? Well, the cool thing about it is it makes it possible for you to just make your application, and then when you have new changes or you build a new feature, you just post it to your, or you push it to your repository, or you create a pull request. And then Azure Static Web Apps handles all the things that's related to deployment and to building your application. So as I will show you in a couple of minutes, it's really, really easy to set this up, and then you don't have to think about deployment anymore. Because with Azure Static Web Apps, it creates or a GitHub Actions workflow, or it creates a pipeline in Azure DevOps, and you can also use other repositories, but I won't go into that too much. And then when your code changes, it just keeps track of your code changes, and then a GitHub action is fired, or a Azure DevOps pipeline, and then automatically it will be deployed to the web hosting that is provided by Azure Static Web Apps. And it's not only for your front-end application, but it's also for your API. In this case, Azure in Azure Functions mainly. But there's also going to be an example where you're not using Azure Functions later today. And with static content, we're talking about HTML, images, JavaScript, and CSS, which, okay, I've got what I wanted to say there. But this is just like the basics of how it works. So it has a lot of benefits. And like Stacey already mentioned, we focus on the free part of Azure Static Web Apps today. And that's a great benefit, right? It's free. So you can use it for all your pet projects or even bigger projects without having to pay anything. And another great benefit is that it's globally distributed hosting. So you don't have to worry about where you're hosting your application. Azure just hosts it globally for you. So it doesn't matter where your users are, they can reach your site equally as fast. And it has built-in authentication. So it works with Microsoft Entra ID, and with Entra ID you can also use other social providers like Google. I'm not sure if they are yet providing with Apple ID, but they are. You can also use Twitter, for example, to log in your application. So, which also makes it easier, right? Because a lot of developers, especially .NET developers, don't think, authentication is kind of a hard thing to do. Sometimes it's quite unclear how it works, how to set it up, and it's really, really easy to get started or to use authentication when you're using Azure Static Web Apps. Well, like I showed you before, automatic built-in deployment. It creates a workflow file for you if you're using GitHub, and then just with some code changes, it builds and deploys for you. You also get staging environments. So I think on the top of my head, but I will also show you another slide. It generates 3 or 2 staging environments when you're using the free tier. So this means that you can view your changes before it's actually deployed to to production. You can also set up custom domains, and when you create a new web app, a static web app, then it auto-generates a domain for you. I will also show you that, but you can also create 2 custom domains in the free tier. So that's the URL where your application is residing at. So and you have free SSL certificates, which is also really nice, because then you don't have to think about how you have to create certificates, and it's also automatically renewed, and your application is automatically deployed with HTTPS endpoint. So and it has CLI support. So you can deploy your application using CLI and other things with the CLI, but I'm not going to talk about that because there's also an amazing session about this later today. Before I continue, it's not only great to use with the .NET frameworks like Blazor, but also with way more frameworks than the popular ones, like, well, Angular and React and Vue are very popular, of course, but you can also use Hugo, Svelte, and a lot of other supported frameworks, which I will also show you in the docs. So basically almost everything that generates a static web app, you can use in Azure Static Web Apps. A little bit about the pricing. It's free. For a lot of things, as you can see, the free plan provides almost everything, just as a standard plan also does. And since recently, there's also a dedicated plan, which is in preview. And you can have like I said, oh yeah, three staging environments per app. You can use 2 custom domains, and the only things that are paid, which is assigning a custom roles with a function, a private endpoint, or a service level agreement. But besides this, you can use almost everything that you can use if you're paying for it, which I think is really great. So now let's really get started. So for this demo, I have created a blank solution because I wanted to start from scratch. It's I really like as a developer, I really like to start from kind of nothing because otherwise I have no idea what I'm doing. So I could have cloned. There's also a way to clone a repository. I will also show you that very quickly. If you go to learn.microsoft.com and search for deploy a Blazor app on Azure Static Web Apps, you can also clone this repository. And then you can add it in your GitHub, and then you have a starter project. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to start with just a blank solution. So I'm going to create 2 things. I'm going to create a Blazor application, which is a Blazor WebAssembly application. And that is the type of Blazor in which you can create a static web app so that you don't need to host it on a server, and that your application is running completely in your browser. And I'm also going to create a Azure Function app. So I'll first click on Add, New Project, and click on the Blazor WebAssembly standalone app, which, as the name suggests, it's a standalone app, so you don't need a server-side project. If you create, if you're not familiar with Blazor, or you also have this template, so I kind of want to, if you're using the Blazor WebAssembly app empty, then it comes with the server-side project. So keep in mind that you have to click the Blazor WebAssembly standalone app for this to work. And I will call it client, and I will get back to why I'm calling it client later on. We can leave it as it is and click create. I'm not going to add classes and nope, kind of switches there. I'm just going to keep it at the basic application, and if I start this, you can see what it looks like. By default, if you don't know how Blazor works or what Blazor is, it is a very easy way of creating web applications with using components, Razor components, so you can combine your HTML, CSS with C#. And with the default template, you get a default application, and it just has 3 pages where you can click on the counter and it loads weather data. So this is what we're going to, what we want to see on a domain after we have posted it. Now it's just running on localhost. So the next thing I will do is create a new project and add an Azure Functions app. We create, and I will call this API. I will set this to anonymous, so this way I'm disabling authentication to make it a bit easier. And I will uncheck this because we don't need it for now. Click create. And now we have just one function that is called function1. But I'm not going to show you how to connect these applications to each other because, well, we don't need it at this moment because we're focusing on Azure Static Web Apps. So what I will do, I will push this to my repository. And then we will see when I refresh my page. It's taking longer than I expected. I'm guessing my internet is bugging me. Oh well. Let's see. Let's check if it's in the right path. Yep. I'll just leave it for now and see if it will find it later on, or if there's just some delay somewhere. So the next thing I want to show you is then, well, setting up Azure Static Web Apps. So if you go to Azure, and if you're completely new to Azure, well, this is the screen that you're getting. If the first time you're going to portal.azure.com, or you create a new account, you first have to set up a subscription. I've already done that, but this is the way you have to pay. But it's free, so if you don't, you do have to connect your credit card or another payment method. But if you're creating a Azure Static Web App, you will not be paying for this. The first thing you have to do is within Azure, everything is tied to a resource group. And a resource group is kind of like a collection, or you can view it as a folder, where all the services that you're using are grouped together, or you can group them together for a product, for example. The first thing we have to do is create a resource group. And I'll just call it Azure Static Web App Day. And I'm in the Netherlands, so I'll just pick West Europe. And click Create. And then my resource group will appear soon. Today my internet is working against me. If you can't find it here, you can find it in your notifications and then go to resource group. And here is where you then create all your resources that group together. And here we can click on create resources. And if you then look for Azure Static Web Apps, you will find this Static Web App service here. And here you can click on create. And here, because I clicked create on the resource within the resource group, it automatically assigned this resource group. I can send, no, I don't want to use my own name. I can choose a name, which I will just call Blazor Web App to keep it simple. And this name only has to be unique within your own resource group. So it doesn't need to be globally unique. If you're working with Azure, a lot of times, a lot of things need to be globally unique, but for this, because it's within your resource group, it doesn't have to be unique. It defaults to standard, but of course we're going to do it for free because we don't like to pay. And here you can choose the, as you can see here, by the way, the regions, you cannot choose something else than global because it's automatically globally distributed. If we look at the deployment details, you can choose where to get your code from. So I've already done this before. So my account is already connected, my GitHub account. But if it's not, then you'll see a sign in button, and then you'll have to sign in, and then it automatically connects. And after you've done this, you can choose an organization, well, just me. And then you can choose your repository, and hopefully by now it has pushed my code. but it hasn't. So I'm going to check again why not. Oh, it hasn't pushed, even though I already did this. Interesting. Now you see API and client in my repository. Then we can go back to the portal. And here you can choose all the frameworks, and you can see all the frameworks that you can use for to all the frameworks you can choose to host in your Azure Static Web App. And if I click on Blazor, these are all presets. So the moment you choose one of these frameworks, then Azure Static Web Apps knows how to configure everything for that specific framework. So in this case, I've used Blazor. And as you can see, it defaults to client and API. So it by default, it knows, oh, when I'm using a Blazor framework, then I need to search for a client application and an API application. And the client application is, of course, required because, well, you're deploying a web app, and your API is optional. So if you leave this blank, then it won't. It will just skip it in the steps. And that's also why I named my Blazor application client and my backend application, my functions, why I called it API, because these are the Blazor defaults for Azure Static Web Apps. And if you want, you can also check here how your workflow file will look like. And this workflow file is also the thing that you will find in your GitHub repository. So if I click on review and create, also, I've got to mention this. You also have to define a branch. So I only have one branch, the main branch. And this means that when changes are pushed to the main branch, then the workflow that is created with this will fire off. We'll click create. And this is going really fast because it should be just take a couple of seconds, and then, as you can see, it's already deployed. So if we go to the resource, then you're going to all the information on about your Azure Static Web App. But before I go into this, I go back to my repository, and if I refresh this, you can see there's a GitHub Workflows file folder added. And if I click on here, I can see a YAML file, which is the same workflow file that I just showed in the portal. And the cool thing about this is it not only creates this file, but it also sets the secrets necessary to run your application. So you can see here the Azure Static Web Apps API token, for example, or the GitHub token. So, and if you then go to your settings in your repository and go to secrets and variables of your actions, here you can see that it also has set the keys for you. So that takes a lot of the work away from handling your automatic deployment and handling your CI/CD. And if we go back here, then here you can find, this is like all the information, the basic information on your static web app. And here's the URL where your static web app is deployed to. So as you can see, it says, congratulations on your new site. Your site will be ready soon. Please check back later. It's not deployed yet because, well, the moment it pushed my workflow, it set off a GitHub action, and it's still waiting for this to be deployed. So as you can see here, it has it's already like building and deploying. So just in hopefully a couple of minutes, it will be completely deployed, and you can see you can see it on the URL that is defined here. And as you can see, it's like a randomly chosen URL. And if you go to settings and custom domains, you can see it auto-generated a random URL for you. So this is the default that when you're creating a new application, you always get a randomly generated domain. And this is also the place where you can add your own new custom domains if you would want to. And here you also have APIs. And let's check. Yes, the Functions app is already deployed. So if you click on Manage, then here you can see Function 1, the same as it is in my code. So within the Azure portal, you can also look at the API that you've deployed with your code quite easily. Let's see if it's already loaded. Yes, and as you can see, my application is deployed, and I can use it the same way as I could use it locally. And another cool thing is when you remove this and you do /API/ function 1, it was called. Oh, I have to check the title again. Function 1. It should be here. Kind of confused why it's not here. But yeah, in general, when you have an API, you can find it with using the /API/ and then the function or the endpoint that you've configured in your code. Then you can also find it at the same address as your front-end application. And I think with that is everything I want to show you to get started with getting started with Azure Static Web Apps. I'm thinking quickly if I want to show you something else, but no. Okay. So with this, I will go back to the stream and check if there are questions.
Hello there. Thank you for that.
Hello. Thank you very much.
The demo gods. The demo
gods always.
Are, I thought with that opening, I thought I was going to appease the demo gods, but apparently maybe I just upset them instead, in which case I apologize.
No, it's no problem. Could have expected.
We got a comment about it being related to the bad weather. So yes. You never know. You never know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
from Dominic. The demo gods don't like this grey weather either.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dominic.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm going to figure out why it won't go to API / my function. I kind of am annoyed by that, but yeah, it should just normally go to your API.
Yeah, it always happens, doesn't it?
Case sensitive, perhaps?
Yeah, maybe. I was thinking about it. Maybe it's case sensitive. I'm going to try it out right away because I'm curious. No, because it resets it. No,
yeah,
not case sensitive. No. Weird.
It's one of those things. It's we've all had to deal with the demo gods when you try and do something and it doesn't work. But I think it did give a really nice tour of just what you can do to get started. And when you're not trying to stream it on the internet, it generally does work better. That's been my experience too.
Yeah, and I also kind of had to get used to not seeing my audience. So at some point, yeah.
Talking into the camera for the first time is definitely a something. I go with that. You did a great job. Thank you. We do have some questions in the chat. First question was from Fuel Snable over on Twitch.
Okay.
Is there a risk that the free plan becomes not free if I overuse it?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm not sure. I think Stacey knows. So I see you as the Azure Static Web Apps god.
As far as I'm aware, always that wonderful proviso at the start. But as far as I'm aware, it always stays free. But you will lose access. So, there we go.
Yeah, it has
free limit has a limit. Yeah. Free has a limit. Yeah, that was my understanding. Thank you for clarifying that, Rick. So I'm assuming that when you hit that limit, then basically you lose connectivity to your app. I don't think it just suddenly switches and starts to cost you money. I don't think. I've never managed to hit the limit, so I'm not sure. But yeah, that was my understanding. And then there's a couple of things that I wanted to say as well. When you select your repo, if the demo gods have smiled on you and if everything is pushed up to your repo, the latest version of the ARM in the portal will look at your repo and it will automatically fill it for you.
Yeah.
So that I think is really cool. It's if you just go in there with an existing app, it will tell you that you need to find it in this place, or it finds it in this place. We've selected the Blazor one for you. Is that what you wanted to do? And you can still modify it, but it just takes that step away. So I think that's just an extra level of awesomeness on top.
Yeah, I wish I could have shown it, because like when I was preparing that, then you saw that I think it says like in between, like that it guessed that, like it predicted that. Yeah, but also what I forgot to mention is that when you don't have to, in your workflow file, you don't have to define which type of framework you're using. It automatically looks at your repo. You just have to define where your project is or where your projects are residing and what the name is, and then it will just automatically figure out like, oh, it's Angular or it's Blazor, and then just have to do that.
Yeah,
but it's also really cool.
And it's also just presets for the workflow file. I mean, there's no magic going on inside of the static web app solution at all. It's just for building the deployment script for GitHub to pick the right pieces and put them in the right place.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which also means that if you start on one type of technology and you move to a different one, again, as long as you point it to the right place in your workflow file, it just works for you. It's one of those automagical things in IT which, when it works, is absolutely superb, and it works most of the time. Okay, I see we have another comment from Rick. Thank you, Rick. Yep. Free has 100 gig per subscription included and does not have an option of overage. That's what I thought. So thank you for confirming that, Rick.
Thank you.
As long as you're not pumping out humongous amounts of data per month, you should be kind of covered with the free version. It's
and you can also set alerts in Azure, like when you're
about to spend money.
That warn you when you're reaching that point. But I think it's quite hard to get to that.
When you have your credit card added, you can set a hard limit of $0 on it.
Okay.
I didn't know that one. Thank you for that.
No, I didn't know that.
So the service will shut down when you reach 0, or you can set $10.
Yeah.
Like, I do not want to spend more money than this.
Oh, that's really nice.
So you say you can't do the accidental thing of just like opening up the wrong resource and suddenly swearing.
No. Yeah.
Oh, I've heard that happen so many times.
Okay, standard is 8 per app per month.
Yeah, so cheap.
Yeah, they are super cheap.
Especially for what you get.
Yeah, and I say, I mean, you don't have to use the standard app. So you can use a zero budget. My personal website runs on Static Web Apps, and it runs on the zero budget one. It's I keep on getting emails from Azure once a month saying, "Hey, you owe us 0 cents."
Then the first sentence is like scary, like, "Oh, you owe us something." Like, "Oh no, some service blown up. Did I do something wrong?" But
it's I think the biggest bill that I've seen one month was 1 cent, which was shocking.
Unacceptable.
Yeah, absolutely unacceptable.
Yeah.
On the other side of the coin, be careful with that and do set your limits. Have you seen the website Have I Been Pwned?
Oh, yes.
He had a small overage of $24,000 1 month.
Yeah, not on Static Web Apps, but on another part of Azure, yes.
Yeah,
wow.
I think some new service decided to download everything he had and run queries with every single email they had in their system.
Yeah, that suddenly
So-
got expensive. I remember that one.
Yeah, be careful.
Be careful.
Mhm.
It's that's always a good thing when you're putting your credit card online. Be careful.
Yeah.
It's I have done it myself, but thankfully it was on a subscription that I got from my work with the Visual Studio Enterprise. So I had 150 euros a month that I could spend, whatever it is, and I forgot to turn off the virtual machine. And 3 days into the month, I had no credits left, and I was very pleased that was on one of the subscriptions that I wasn't actually paying for. It was just credits I was using. That's the best way to learn.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah, we had the same in when I was still studying. We also had like student credits was also 150. Yeah, mistakes were made there.
Yes.
But also one of the first lessons we learned from our teacher was like, watch out, it's going to cost you money and everything's going to be like drained within your first days if you because we were starting with SQL storage, I think. So
Oh, right. Yeah.
yeah, you really had to configure that correctly for it not to completely drain your account.
Does Static Web Apps have good support for a fronting CDN? For example, putting Cloudflare or something in front of it for
It has
image delivery and things like that, so that doesn't affect your 100 gigs.
about affecting the 100 gigs. I'm not sure. It is hosted on a CDN.
Yeah.
So it is hosted around the world on a CDN, so your content is always close to your users. And it also clears that cache whenever you do a deploy. So again, it just takes that bit out of your what you have to set up yourself as well.
Yeah.
Whether or not at what point it counts towards your data, that I don't know. That one I would have to look into. There we go. Isn't it great
Rick has
having Rick
all
in
the
the
answers.
chat? Enterprise Grade Edge allows you to add front door if you want to, so you can add it to there. That is an extra. So for that one, you have to take the standard version, and it's an extra on top of the standard version, just so that you know those ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
But do you need that kind of features when you're also happy with the free tier? Probably not.
No, I would say for the free tier, especially when you're learning, if you can get away with using the free tier, get away with using the free tier. But that would absolutely be my recommendation.
Yeah, and the free tier is very generous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. You have almost everything that you also have when paying for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I think
how much compute time do you get on the Azure functions for static web apps?
It just goes against your standard function count.
So that's 60 minutes total then?
Yeah.
On the free part. Gotcha.
Yeah. So it's however many calls you get to your functions per month before you have to pay, I believe it goes on to that.
Yeah.
And yeah, nice comment from Dominic there. If you leave the free tier, only do so if the app makes more money than it costs. 100% agree with that one.
Yeah, or if you like it, I mean, you could have a free application online as well for yourself, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Hanselman.com.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Although I know that runs on something different.
Yeah, but
yeah.
Point being.
The other thing that I think is worth mentioning at this point, can you tell us a little bit about doing pull requests, Anjuli? Because pull requests in static web apps are also quite cool.
Oh, to be honest, I haven't tried it out. I've just been looking. I've been just trying it out on the main branch, which is super bad.
When you do a pull request on a static web app, the other thing that I think really ties into it, and I'm not going to go further because apparently I'm going to destroy Rick's talk here. So I'm going to keep stum. Zip.
I also had that, like, when preparing for the getting started, there were so many things like, oh, CLI is cool, I'm going to show it. Oh, no, that's another talk. Maybe configuration. Oh, no, that's another talk. So I was it's really hard to like do getting started and tell features without getting into them, because there were so many other talks today like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Apparently, we are allowed to say it. We're not going to ruin the talk. Thank you, Rick. So it's something that I loved about it when I started. Not only do you get the CI/CD when you merge to main, or when you push to main, and everything gets updated, and even if you don't know how GitHub Actions worked, which I didn't when I started with this back in the day, when you make a pull request, it automatically spins you up an environment. So in your pull request, you get a link as a comment in your pull request. You can click on that link, have a look at something running in Azure. And then if you like it, you can complete your pull request. It merges into your main and deploys and cleans up your staging environments for you, which is a really cool feature, I think, to help people get started. And it's all in one GitHub task. So everything, it's just easy. It's nice. It is a really simple way to get into doing things properly, as opposed to just, FTPing to web servers like we did back in the 90s in order to do a deploy.
Control C,
Nice.
Control V.
Yes.
Straight onto the server. Never done that.
What was our source control? The ASP files
I have done
on
that.
the server.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I don't think that we have any other questions in the chat. We're slightly early, but I think that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any final comments, Anjuli?
No, I'm happy that I could be here, and it's really, I think for a first time stream, it went quite okay.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
awesome.
it went great.
Thank you.
And have fun, everyone, the rest of the day.
Yeah. And also, thank you for agreeing to be the first person when it's your first time streaming and you kicked off the conference.
It was exciting. Yes.
Awesome. Thank
Yeah.
you.
No problem. Have a nice day.
So thank you, and have a good rest of the day. Oh, hold on, we have one
Robert
question.
Mill has a question.
Wow, Robert, you
Oh.
came in there right at the last moment.
second
Wow.
there.
What is your question?
Thank you.
Here we have nice work from Dukasoft.
Thank you.
Just waiting for the question to come through.
Ooh, it's so exciting.
This is a point where you're waiting for the internet from across several different countries.
I'm so happy that my internet didn't stop, because yesterday I was working from home and it stopped 3 times for 20 minutes. Luckily.
I'm glad that I have a wooden desk today, because it's last week my internet was fine, but my internet provider's router died, so all of the LAN ports died, and I'm on wired internet. So I'm just hoping that doesn't happen today. But yeah, nice desk here. Oh, and I think me and Eric just clicked the same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
Is there a difference between using GitHub or Azure?
I'm guessing Azure
DevOps.
DevOps there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it also it does the same. Well, it doesn't create a workflow, but it does create the pipelines and the steps needed to deploy it. So it's also kind of a click and play.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I've used that myself, and just as you said, when you select GitHub, it creates a GitHub script. When you select Azure, it creates a pipeline script. And
So it does that for you, and you can even click on the other, and you can deploy it from anywhere using the CLI, which we have a talk coming up at, I believe, 6 o'clock.
And just if you don't have your Azure account connected to your GitHub account or to your DevOps account, for example, if you saw that, you can preview the script. So you can't set it up in exactly the same way. Grab the script, put that in GitHub or Azure DevOps entirely manually, and it'll work. You have to set up the secret, though, as well.
Yeah. Okay. So awesome last question. Thank you so much, Robert. Thank you again, Anjuli. Enjoy the rest of the day. And
Thank you.
Bye-bye for now.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you.
So,
Great
Eric,
opener.
the first session out of the way. We have another 5 to come.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good opener.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that, and it's like the nice how to get into this. That's really what we were looking for from the start of the day, so that we can build up and end hopefully with inspiring people to get out there and play themselves.
Yeah, and it's so easy to get started with this.
Yeah, go out and have a play, people. After the conference. Don't leave now. Wait.
Yeah, or in the 15 minutes between the sessions.
And that is a wonderful segue. We're now going to take a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to introduce the next talk. And on the hour, Rick is going to be talking to us as well. So, bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone.
We are back, and next at 4, Rick will take the stage with configurations that are all the rage. A powerful model, security's embrace. Join him as he quickens the pace. And with that, let's invite our second speaker to the stage. We have Rick van den Bosch. Come on, I've been in the Netherlands so long, I should be able to say that. I apologize.
And it's the name is way too hard. Just Rick is fine. Hi, Stace. How are
I
you?
just
Hello.
realized Bosch might be from the Netherlands.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Indeed.
And actually, the funny thing is, there's this city, 's-Hertogenbosch, or Den Bosch for short. And then my last name is from Den Bosch. And then actually, I was born in Den Bosch, so I am Rick
Oh,
van
wow.
den Bosch van den Bosch. So
It's nicely accurate then as well.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You don't work there.
I don't live there. I live close. I don't live there.
And I'm really happy to have Rick here. He has been as enthusiastic about static web apps as I have since their inception, and had a wonderful experience a couple of years ago when we were at Tekorama and we both did different sessions. You were there with Oscar.
True.
And sitting in each other's sessions and being able to help each other with questions that we didn't know when on stage. So asking the other people we knew who were also really into them. Wonderful experience. I'm so pleased to have Rick today. Those of you who saw the schedule earlier, we were going to have Purnima giving this talk. Unfortunately, she is also ill, so can't make it. So Beterschap, Purnima, get well soon. We hope that you're doing well. And thank you, Rick, for stepping in. It's wonderful. We just had a comment in the private chat. It's like, yeah, somebody asked me to do this 4 days ago. So yeah, Rick has stepped in really last minute here. I'm so pleased he's been able to do that. And we have absolutely Boscher Boller for the win.
But then the only one are from Jan de Groot, and that's the only real Bossenbol. So yeah, a Bossenboller for the win. But then let's do a Jan de Groot Bossenboller. I had a job there for a while, a consultancy job, and I used to come in by train, and then I had to pass part of the city, and I actually passed Jan de Groot, so the bakery that actually makes the Bossenboller. In the morning at 7:15, people would be queuing up at the bakery store to get their daily shot of Bossenboller. So yeah.
Like, I'm going to have to remember that. Next time we go to Den Bosch, I'm going to be asking you again for who it is.
Oh, for sure. I will send you the the address. No problem.
Yeah. And Rick is going to be talking to us today about configuration of static web apps, because they are awesome out of the box, but they can do so much more, and you can set up the resources really as you want them to be used. So with that, Rick has his screen shared. Let's see if StreamYard lets us add it. And without further ado, me and Eric will step out so that Rick's not hidden behind Dark Meow. And take it away, Rick.
Thanks so much, Stace. Well, hi and welcome. Thanks for joining the conference today. Like Stacy said, I'm here to do a session on Azure Static Web Apps and configuration. We'll jump through a lot of the different types of things that we have available there. I have some slides, I have some demos, and I hope everything will work out great in the end. So, first of all, my name is, like we said, Rick van den Bosch. You can find me online, I think almost everywhere I'm Rick VD Bosch, so you should be able to find me if you Bing or Google or DuckDuckGo that. Or you can find me at my local website, rickvandenbosch.net, or email me directly at Microsoft. I'm a cloud solution architect, which means I help companies make the best out of their Azure investments. But prior to working at Microsoft, I was in a consulting firm for more than 10 years as a principal cloud architect. I have my own podcast, and together with Oscar, that Stacey also mentioned. And I've always been very passionate about Azure Static Web Apps, because since its initial introduction, I really saw the value of this service, right? And then the thing is, just before Build It was a couple of years ago, the first version of Static Web Apps was introduced. And then it was only JavaScript. So they initially launched it with JavaScript support only. Also for the functions, it was JavaScript only. And then later on, I think it was like a couple of weeks before Ignite, a lot of additional features were added. So in that case, it started supporting .NET functions as well. And then later on, Blazor WebAssembly, for instance, was added into the mix. And over the last couple of months, or maybe a year or so, we've seen gradual increases in functions and features and all of the stuff that's available for Azure Static Web Apps now. That now really makes it a first-class citizen within Azure. Still, they're adding new features and functions. So for instance, as far as the hosting plan goes, there's now a new type of hosting plan in preview, which we will probably look at a little bit when we click through the portal later on. But for now, let's focus on configuration, right? Because that's what the session is for today. And all of those other services will be handled in the different talks throughout the rest of the day. Now, looking at today's agenda, I would like to do a short introduction, talk to you about build configuration and anything that has something to do with that. A look at application configuration, what can we do to actually configure the application to be behaving differently, for instance. We will look at some app settings. We'll shortly touch on the security model because I'm not entirely sure if we'll make it in time. And then I'll share the resources with you in the end, so no need to take screenshots during the talk. At the end, there will be this one QR code or this one link that if you use that one, you will go through a website that has all of the links with the different types of documentation that you need to get all of this information from there. But first of all, let's do that short introduction, right? And then, like Anjuli already said, Static Web Apps is really targeted at developing serverless web apps fast with global reach and global scale. So it's really targeted at front-end developers or maybe even full stack developers, and initially, like I said earlier, initially those being JavaScript developers. It's really targeted at doing everything as a developer. And the funny thing is, some of the features that are supported by Azure Static Web Apps are supported through code earlier and sometimes way earlier than supported through, for instance, the Azure portal. So that kind of shows that it's really targeted at developers and developers that do the entire stack and to tie into that developer workflow. So they automatically build and deploy your web app from a repository. We'll look at that. It has, like I just said, it's really tailored to a developer's daily workflow. It does separate both static assets and from a traditional web server, and it's served from points geographically distributed around the world. And what this actually means is it's close to your end user, so it's fast. They actually also added a new preview feature recently that I'm going to highlight around that, which I think is very interesting as well to see. So we've seen this, so let's not dive into this too long because we're really here for the configuration part. We've seen that it supports a lot of functions, front ends, and then next to that lot of front ends it also supports different types of using Azure functions. Now, we're talking about the free tier today, which means we get managed functions, which also means the only functions you can run in your managed function app behind a Azure Static Web App are HTTP triggered functions. So timer triggered functions, service bus, any other types of triggers are not supported on the Azure functions that run behind a static web app if you have the managed functions available. If you need something else or need something extra, there's a couple of ways to do so. One would be create a new Azure Functions resource and host your different types of requests there, so your different types of triggers. The other way would be to upgrade to standard. And then when you're in standard, you can also bring your own function app and say, hey, I would like to have that functions be my own function app. And then I add some different types of triggers in there as well. But we also implement the API based on how it runs inside of the managed function environment. But now this time we are managing that function environment instead of the Azure cloud. So It does have integrated security and seamless routing. Again, I will show you that later on in the demos. But just to make sure, HTTP triggers only when running managed functions, which is the default and the only option if you have free. They run on a consumption plan. They have integrated security, and they do have routing integration. We've touched upon this. So let's dive right into build configuration real quick, right? Because again, the configuration part of Azure Static Web Apps, that's why we're here. Now, if we look at build configuration, we're actually tearing apart the build pipeline that Anjuli already showed us earlier. So there's a couple of things that we need to add in there. And one of those things is the app location, which is actually the folder or the location. So the location of the folder where your application is actually residing inside of your repo. So this might be .NET WebAssembly, Blazor WebAssembly, sorry, or it might be an Angular application, but this is the location where your application is actually located. Now, if you have APIs as a backend, you're going to specify the API location, but you don't need to if you don't want to run any dynamic functions in the backend. You can use static web apps purely for static resources and be done with it. That's not a problem. If you want it, you add in the API location. Now, what your app does normally is it has a build step, and then it has an output folder where it actually puts the build. So you specify that in the output location. And like that has already been discussed, one of the things that's really cool about static web apps is it finds a lot of the information for you. So if you pick a preview of, hey, I'm doing Blazor WebAssembly and I have some functions, it's going to say, oh, Blazor WebAssembly, probably your output's under bin root, right? So that's where your location is. So it's going to pre-fill that for you. If it's not correct in the portal while creating that static web app, just change it around. It'll automatically move into that pipeline. Then it also finds out what type of application you've been building. So either based on the preset you select or the Oryx builder that runs, it's going to determine what it needs to do. So for a .NET WebAssembly application, it would be .NET build. For Angular, it would be probably ng build. And that's your app build command. That's the command that actually builds the application and puts the output in that output location to make sure that we can upload that. So there's also the possibility of explicitly putting an API build command in, and then maybe you would like to skip building the app altogether if that's in a different step somewhere. You could configure that. There's also CWD, which is Azure DevOps only, which is actually there to set the working directory explicitly. And last but not least, you can put in a build timeout in minutes, which defaults, if I'm not mistaken, to 15 minutes, but that actually just breaks off the GitHub action workflow or the Azure DevOps pipeline if it overruns its desired maximum amount of minutes. So that being said, let's have a look at what that actually looks like when we do something with a static web app in the Azure portal, right? So let me cancel out this one real quick. I'll open up the Azure portal and just to check to see if it's visible. Yeah, looks kind of okay. The thing is, we want to create a resource, and the resource type that we want to create, of course, is a static web app. Oh, there we go. And if we pick a Azure Static Web App, which is right here, we'll create it. I'll take the Azure Static Web App demo. Like it being said, we can put anything in here. So let's do awesome demo, dude. And then we pick the plan type free. And then here we see that first change that we had, or the first extra feature that was added that I talked about earlier. It's the dedicated plan. This actually means you get a dedicated plan for your static web app in a specific region. It also adheres to data residency. So that's an option, but for now, let's go for free. And then we'll be on global. And then leaving this to GitHub, let's see if we can pick my own organization. We'll pick a repository, and then let me see real quick. I'll leave it on the main branch for now. And what you see is without me specifying anything up front, it's already going to say, hey, I have detected that there's Angular in that repository. So probably you have an Angular front end, right? Again, you can add this to all of the different types of, or you can select any of these different types of supported frameworks. Another option would be to actually go custom and put in your own build commands for the app in the API. But for now, we don't have to because I have created an Angular website as a demo, even though I'm a .NET developer. And it has the AESWA demo frontend as the application, demo backend as the API location, and then it has an output location of dist/ASWA demo frontend. Now, one of the things that actually stood out to me last time is the fact that if I now go, let's see if my mouse wants to help me. There we go. I'll slide you over. So we were on my X code, and I think it's under GitHub, and then myself, and there we go. I have a front end, and then we have, we have the dist folder, and in the dist folder we have this. So this, it takes this as a location by default, but as you can see, the version of Angular that I'm using and the setup that I'm using is actually putting the actual files inside of the browser folder, while the preset automatically takes it out of the dist ASWA demo frontend. Now, I'm going to leave that for now because I want to show you what happens if you do. And then next up, we'll go to deployment configuration. Well, in this case, we're taking the deployment token that we have available. And then here we can actually see where our Azure functions and staging details will be stored. This right there is a very interesting thing. It now allows you to select distributed functions, which means you get backend functions closest to your end users so that responses are better. Because you can imagine if you have an Azure Static Web App and the static contents are scattered around the world, but your API, your function app hosting your API is only configured to run in West Europe, for instance, because that's where you created the resource, then requests coming in from either Asia or America or anywhere other around the world will have that extra added latency of having to go all the way to Western Europe to get to the Azure functions and get the answer back. So now it also has the preview option of doing distributed functions, which means your functions are being run closest to where your users are actually at. So that's really a nice second addition to what we already knew about Azure Static Web Apps. So I'm skipping tags, and then normally this would create out fine. It would allow me to create an Azure Static Web App. Of course, I've done so already. So if we go home, and if we go ASWA day demo, then this is a static web app, and this is actually the static web app that we created a little bit earlier for the demo purposes of today. Now, there's a lot of interesting stuff here, but the most important interesting thing is that this actually is connected to the same GitHub repo that we just saw. And again, all of those links that you will get at the end of the session, the code is in there as well, together with some pull requests to give you a couple of hints on how certain things work. And then let's first go into that repo. So we'll do rig vd Bosch. That needs to be / and then ASWA, I think dash demo. There we go. So this is actually the application. So we have a front end. Here it is. We have a back end. It's right there. So we have some Angular stuff that's showing some nice images. This is actually the application. And there we have it. Hello, Azure Static Web App Day. What we've created is we have a home, we have get data, and we have about. And let's dive right in a little bit into what that looks like in the front end. So for those of you unfamiliar, this is a Angular application hosted in or opened in this case, Visual Studio Code. So if we look at this, we have an index, which is just the default HTML that we need to host the application. We see the app root there. In app root, the app component is hosted, and here you can already see hello Azure Static Web App Day, which means this will be shown on each and every page, right? Then we have a couple of pills that do navigation to home, get data, and about. And we have some social links that actually point towards my personal socials. We have some other components as well. So we have an about component for the about page. And all of the routing is working. So just to show you, let's do an ng serve on this. This was not planned for the demo, so that's always good to try and get the demo gods off of their feet. Make sure that they're focusing on this one, and then I'll swoop in and do a different demo, and they'll probably don't know what hit them. So this is the application running locally, and as you can see, I can go to About, I can go to Get Data, which will now fail because the function app isn't running. I can go Home, I can go to any of these places and have a look at what my application is doing. Now, I didn't configure anything yet for the static web app except for the build part. And the reason I actually wanted to show you what happened with the build output was the fact that when I first created this, it actually created it the same as it did right now. And then it gave me an error message saying, hey, I can't find any output of your front end, because if we go to this first one right there, it's going to say the following. Oh, that's not the message I wanted to show. Where we have the build, then it says failed to find a default file in the app artifacts folder. So it's expecting something like index or .html. And when I looked locally what happened when I did an ng build, I saw that we had that extra browser folder. So the cool thing with static web apps, I'm probably going to be saying that a lot of times, but the cool thing with static web apps is the fact that I can just go into that workflow file. I can click that edit button right there if I were the owner, because this is my different account. So I'm going to be able to show that over here. So going into workflows, I can go into that file right there. I would be able to click the edit file button. And then I can change, of course, whatever I want to. And as you can see, I added the /browser there on the output location, just to make sure that it picks up on the right location where my application or the output of my web app is hosted. So it takes this in, and now it deployed it to Azure Static Web App. Going back to the actual application, which was running in the other browser window. There we go. This is how it is currently hosted in Azure Static Web Apps without any configuration from my end. And that's not too necessary. We actually wanted to focus on this, Proud Pebble. This is my Azure Static Apps.net domain. Now you saw me clicking around locally and going through those different pages, right? Well, the thing is, if I try that now, I get a 404. I can go back to the application, click the About page, the same thing, I get a 404, but locally this works. Now, the reason for this happening is the fact that Azure Static Web Apps is really expecting files that it can host for you. So it's expecting an index.html, or it's expecting an about.html or whatever. But since this is a static or a single page application front end, and in this case, Angular, the application itself is organizing a lot of the routing for you. You just need to open up index.html, and then in that index.html, it does routing. But Static Web Apps thinks, hey, I need to go to /about or to /get-data, but those files are not there. So the way we can actually fix this, let me go to my other screen again to be able to pull this up. The way we can fix this is we can add some configuration. And this is actually configuration that the application has. Now, in Azure, we're usually used to opening up the Azure portal and doing stuff there. while we're only developing, right? Because anything else will do infrastructure as code, like we're using ARM templates or Bicep or Terraform. But then, as this is a service that's really targeted at developers and to tie into the developer experience, they have now created defined a file that does this for you. So I'm going to go into my config 001 branch real quick. And then if I go front end, it'll show me under source this file right here, which is now blurred because I have the great cloud cloak on, but it's apparently now blocking some stuff that I don't necessarily want it to block. So let me disable all of the cloaks right now. This has a static web app.config.json file, and that's the file that actually allows me to do a lot of the things that determine how my application responds. So the first thing I'm doing is I'm adding a navigation fallback. And a navigation fallback means if you can't find the file, go here. So as soon as we incorporate this, Azure Static Web Apps will be configured to say, hey, if somebody wants to go to something / about, you're going to just redirect into index.html, and index.html will figure out what to do. So this actually means that now my Angular routing works. So if we now go back into the application, and we'll take, let me get that real quick, and I will explain what's happening here in just a second. But if I now go to, I need to do environments instead of this one. And then if I now go to this button right here, yes, I know I'm leaving the Azure portal. This is the same application, and it looks like the same URL, but there's one little difference, right? So if you look at the URL on the top right, and let me move this out of the way real quick, just to be able to open up a tool that helps me show you even better. So I've clicked it almost in the right position. There we go. So if we now go and zoom in, it's still proud pebble something, and it's still .5.azureStaticApps.net. But that one right there, that's the pull request number of the pull request that I created to add this configuration. So looking at, there we go. Looking at the pull request that we have right here, this pull request configuration 001 was created. It adds a couple of files. So it has added the static web app.config.json file that we just saw, which has a navigation fallback, and I changed something in the get data function. This pull request now has its own environment in which it has completely hosted that application, the result of that pull request. So looking at this with the -1, which means the first pull request, it now has the navigation fallback, which means I can now click get data. It's my, okay, let me explain this. I have a couple of profiles, and I have this profile set up a little bit differently than the other profiles, which means it's going to break on the get data. This one will actually work. So if I do get data, it's now talking to my API backend and getting the information in from the awesome Static Web Apps day today. So we have the sponsors right here. We have the organization right there. I can go to the about page. This is how we can actually get our application to work the way we want it to work, right? We've now configured it to have that navigation fallback. And then for the next change, one of the things I would be doing normally is the configuration isn't complete yet, as the static web app is at this point. So I clicked the wrong, there we go. So if we go into those files changed and we look at that static web app, what happens now is it will now rewrite everything into index.html if it can't find it. So one of the things that is being that's being advised you do is to make sure that you also exclude things like images and CSS files in JavaScript, so that if those aren't found, you actually do get a not found, because you actually want to know that that happens, and you don't want it to redirect to an HTML file when you actually want to pull in a JPEG or PNG and break it that way. So that's actually one of the things that that's recommended to do there. So we've looked at the build configuration. We've looked at what such a build configuration could look like, but also what it can mean for your application, right? So that build configuration helps you determine how the application comes about. But we've also looked a little bit into application configuration already, where we have staticwebapp.config.json that does a lot of other things for you. Now, it's recommended to be under the app location folder, so in the root of your folder. It can actually be anywhere, so any subfolder will do, but it is recommended to keep it in the root. And in case you have a build that actually processes everything that you have in place to put the information in a distributed folder somewhere where you can distribute, then please make sure that you also copy the staticwebapp.config.json file into that root location, because that's where it needs to get its configuration from. Now, staticwebapp.config.json has a lot of functionality, and we'll go over that right now. So one of the things that you can do with staticwebapp.config.json is configure the routing for your application. So you can restrict access to users in specific roles for specific parts of the application. You can perform actions like redirects and rewrites. The routes are defined in an array, so even if you have only one, then you have an array with one route. It's evaluated in the order that the routes are in the array, and evaluation stops at the first match. So that's important to know. You should always have it in an array. It's evaluated in order, and evaluation stops at the first match. Now, this significantly overlaps with authentication and authorization. While you can put, for instance, allowed roles on a route, but for allowed roles to work, you would need somebody. To actually have a specific role, and they can only get a specific role if you have authorization and authentication in place. But that's something for a later point in time. So the app configuration part for routing actually holds a couple of fields that you can fill in. So first of all, we have route and the methods. So that's actually what matches the routes, right? So you can have /admin/star, which means anything that starts with /admin/ will match that route. And then you could say, I'm just going to omit the methods either way. And whenever somebody needs to go or wants to go in /admin, they need to be authenticated, or they need to be an administrator. You will add an allowed roles element on that and say, hey, if somebody wants to go to this route, they need to be authenticated, or they need to be an administrator, or whatever roles you determine. Now, next to that, you can have rewrite, redirect, and the status code and headers, which are processed after the match and after authorization, if need be. So a rewrite will change the request that comes in, and redirect, status code, and headers will change the response that goes out. Now, next to that, we have allowed roles, and allowed roles authorizes after a rule is matched. And allowed roles is actually an element that you can put on a route where you say, hey, this route needs to be, like I just said, for administrators only, or for authenticated people only. The routes, by the way, do allow wildcards at the end of route paths. So you can do /admin*, which means everything that starts with admin then matches that specific route. Next up are global headers. And based on global headers, you can set HTTP headers applied to each response because they're global, unless they are explicitly overridden by a route that's on a header a route header that's on a rule. So you can determine headers on routes with the rules that we just saw. But if you want to have generic things like content security policies, you might want to have that as global headers available and run it from there. So if you want to explicitly remove a header, then you should set it, but set it to an empty string, which means we're going to remove it. And global headers can be used for things like caching, encoding settings, course configuration, and all that kind of stuff. Configuration also gives us the possibility of doing response overrides, which means you can define custom response instead of error codes. Now, for instance, if you want to have a 404, you don't want to have that Azure Static Web App 404 page that we just saw, right? That's also Azure branded and Microsoft branded, and it's fairly simple, so to speak. We might want to have our own styled 404 because there's a lot of awesome 404s out there that you might want to reincorporate into your solution. And then looking at useful things for response overrides, how about you want to have somebody be authenticated, so logged in a certain location, but if I go to that location and they aren't authorized, they will get a 401, sorry, which is unauthorized. How about we override that response and ask someone to log in if they get the unauthorized response, which means they're not logged in. So that's a way of us helping our end users find their navigation throughout the application. But the best thing is, this is all configuration and it doesn't need any code and it will just work fine. And I'll show that in a little bit. Now, you can also set the platform, which means we have a few things available out there. So you can have .NET, you can have Node, you can have Python. You can explicitly set those. I would almost say, of course, if you want to be explicit about the version of .NET that you're using for your function app, you do that in the CS proj of your Azure Functions. You don't set that on the Azure Static Web App. You can explicitly set that if you want to for instance, the type of Azure Functions that you're hosting, but normally determining and defining all of that inside of your CS proj should be fine. Last but not least for now is networking. And networking actually controls the network configuration of your static web app, which means if you want to restrict access to a specific amount of IPs that are allow listed, then you allow list that those IP addresses or those IP address blocks in the allowed IP ranges, which will also automatically block it for anything that's not in the allowed IP ranges blocks. So you can really tie down the application to it, for instance, only being accessible for people when they are in your office or have a VPN into your office and use the internet connection from there to connect to your static web app. There's a couple of miscellaneous things as well, like the forwarding gateway and trailing slashes. These are relatively short and simple. So forwarding gateway allows you to either set up how a CDN in front of your application would be accepted, and which forwarding headers, for instance, you want to accept. And trailing slash actually says, so what do you want to do with trailing slashes on your URLs? So you can set that to either be always, so that each and every URL always has a trailing slash at the end. You can set it to never, so that it never has one. Or you can set it to auto, where if you have an area, for instance, like /admin, and then you have change pages, upload files, whatever, then the admin has the slash and all of the pages underneath don't have it, but that's something that then the platform will decide for you when or when not to add those trailing slashes. Now, I've been talking for way too much without having any code on screen, so let's go there real quick. Going back to that function app that we had, to that application that we had right here in Visual Studio Code. Again, this is an Angular front end. We have a functions backend as well. And one of the things that we've implemented is a get data function. Now, let me switch this over to, I think it's config 001 real quick, where we can actually collapse this and make it a little bit easier to look at. There we go. That's just, I can get away with this. So what I've actually done here is implement an Azure function that for now just always returns the same entries, right? And it does that by having the entries here real statically and returning them from there. Normally I would do something like table storage or something else. I didn't have enough time to prepare for today's session, so that's why I have it like this. But for now, this works, right? And then if I want to see how this application behaves, then now let's dive back into that configuration that we had on the pull requests. And I've seen some remarks about CSS, because we always want to have CSS, right, when we do stuff like this. So of course there's always CSS. So real quick, we have a pull request right here that's opened up, and like I think it was Stacy who said, it's going to the pipeline is going to automatically inject the location where to find your result of your pull request. As you can see right here, your stage site is ready, visit it here, and as some of you might notice, this time there's a 2, so that means that this must be pull request 2. What actually this looks like now is somebody thought that this was a good idea, right? And they even said, made it more prettier. This is like quite horrible. And that was that default 404. But as far as styling go, this is quite horrible. So one of the things that's really powerful there as well, they did not make it more prettier. We're going to close this pull request, and we're not going to do anything about this. We're going to leave it for now, which means when it updates, and it will do so in a minute or two, it will automatically remove this preview because the pull request has been closed, and then it says, okay, that then you don't need that preview environment anymore. Going back to the configuration that we were looking at, because that's what I was actually doing. Let me get back to, actually, let me go learn.microsoft.com, and then let's do this one. This is actually an overview of what you can do in Azure Static Web App with configuration. And there we go. There's an example configuration right here that, for instance, says, let's have a route with profile star, and then the allowed roles is only for authenticated users. Or the route admin index is only allowed for the administrator. Or this route images has a cache control header with a max age and a must revalidate. Now, we've actually implemented that here as well, because this, did I? I'm not entirely sure if I did. I didn't know I secured the app. Let's see if I did that. Let's go to configuration 1 and see what happens if I go here, and I'll do the get data. We will now see that my application is up and running. We get all 7 items back. Now let's try and get this one thing out the way. We want to have environment variables. Because next to, okay, I need to take a step back. What I'm looking now at is actually the application settings, so environment variables, which works for the backend, right? We're currently looking at the front end still. So what we have in that demo, in that second pull request, close this one down, go to that second pull request. Note this is still -1, so I need to find environments again and go to config 002. What I actually wanted to show you there, No, I want to return to a portal because I clicked the link for the actual branch and not for hosting the application where it was going. That's where I wanted to go. Yes, continue. So this is where my application currently is. And then what's really powerful about configuration in please give me my branches. There we go. Config 2. Front end under source. There we go. So what I added now to make configuration a little bit more visible is I have now added a route /login that automatically redirects to .auth/login/AAD. So that means I'm going to use the power of Azure Active Directory authentication, and in my case, a Microsoft account, to be able to have people log in. And then I have a route star that says people need to be authenticated, which will automatically ask for the authenticated role if somebody goes into the application. Now, if I leave it with the top 2 lines or these 2 lines, I will get a problem because then as soon as I host the application, I'll just get a 401 unauthorized. So like we discussed earlier, I would like to add a response override for a 401 and make sure that it redirects to /login, and then we'll get status code 200. And just to show you that this is the only thing that's been happening on this branch, let's find the repository right here. I'll just type it because this is going to take longer than when I do ASWA demo. I'll go into those pull requests and I'll take pull request 2. Come on, buddy. You can do it. There we go. We secured the app. Just so you see, files changed is only one. And the only thing that has changed is we have the navigation fallback, we have the route with the login, and we have the route that now has an allowed role of authenticated, and the response override. No code whatsoever anywhere else has been changed except for what we've done here. Now, as soon as we go to the application, yep, there we go. And we'll take number, I think that should be 3, right? And I want to log in, it automatically forwards me to a login page because I want to log in user Azure Active Directory. And what it says now is when you grant consent to this application, it will have access to your email address and your username. So it actually has a consent question as well. And all of this is built in for you. You don't have to do anything except for configure. So when I do now grant consent, I will be an authenticated user. And in this same configuration, I will now be able to get the data. I will now be able to go to the About page and go home. All of this because I'm now authenticated with the platform. It's even cooler if you think that you can do /auth/me, not even depending on the provider you have, and see the information that was given to the application for you. So based on the fact that I'm now logged in, I have the role authenticated, and I also still have the anonymous role. And it gives me the email address and my user ID so that I would, for instance, be able to use this in my front end to display to my end users, hey, you're logged in using this email address. This actually works for GitHub and Azure Active Directory. Unfortunately, X has been changed, so support isn't entirely correct anymore. They're working on it. And last but not least, if you go into a hosted environment, so a paid environment, you can actually set up your own custom login. And in that case, you can do Apple, you can do Facebook, you can do LinkedIn, you can do anything that actually supports OpenID Connect. So that's pretty powerful as far as the application goes. In the interest of time, let me dive right in real quick and tell you that we also have app settings that might be very interesting to look at. App settings are actually what you would have for an app service or a function app as well. So the way we have actually implemented this, or at least tried to implement to give you a general idea on how this works. Let me share this real quick. is I went into the function app, and maybe you've already seen that a little bit while I was browsing the get data function. And if I do this on the correct branch, this should show that we now have a configuration that get values number of entries, and it defaults to 7. But this actually means that if number of entries now is configured for my application to have a look at, it's going to take that in. Now, what we just saw was on our application on number 1, right? So going back to, please go there. This is okay. This is number 1, if I'm not mistaken. So if we now go to the get data, we will still see those 7. Oh yeah, this was the broken one. This is fun. There we go. These are the 7 elements that I get. And now without changing everything or anything on my application code part, I can go environment variables. I can add an environment variable, in this case, number of entries. I can change that. So if my portal helps me, I will be able to add a number of entries and a 1, for instance, and click apply. Click apply. It's updating the app settings now. And as soon as it's updated, you can imagine what happens. Because now, if we go to the application, go home and click get data, it might take a little bit of time before it actually changes, because the functions in the backend need to be redirected. But in the end, it will automatically pick up that new configuration element and only return 1 line here instead of the 7 I have, all based on configuration instead of something else. There's a ton of things more I would like to show. Unfortunately, we don't have that time anymore. So one thing I will show you is the URL and or QR code that I said I would show with you earlier. So on screen now is the URL is .com/aswade-rvdb, or you can scan this QR code, will actually lead you to the exact same URL. And that actually has links to all of the resources on Microsoft Learn about configuring your Azure Static Web App, but also some links to videos and other interesting stuff that goes around Azure Static Web Apps. And with that, I would like to open the floor to some questions, if there are any, after this way too long story.
There are a couple, actually.
There are questions. That was awesome. I just want to say again, by the way, just so that people understand, I asked Rick at, I believe it was about 3 p.m. on Monday afternoon if he would do this.
That's true.
So absolutely stunning. Thank you so much. And yeah, Eric, I'll let you take the questions away.
Yeah, sure. We have a question. Are distributed functions WASI functions that run on the CDN?
Nope. Those are actually deployed in the region closest to whatever CDN needs access to those functions. So for now, those are still running inside of the Azure region that's closest to the CDN endpoint.
Okay. And then we actually have a question from me because I posted a few. Can you send custom HTTP response codes such as 418 I'm a teapot? Or do you only have access to a few of them?
There's one thing that's really bothering me, and that's the fact that I didn't think of this building a static web app earlier. Why didn't I come up with this? No, so the response overrides are only the 4 that I showed on screen. I think as far as the responses that you do based on, hey, this matches this, and then I give you a new response back, I think you're free to do whatever you want there. So presumably you can do a 418, but that's something I will be finding out somewhere today or tomorrow. Yep. Thanks for that one.
Remains to be tested.
By the way, one of the things that I actually didn't show, which is I think really important, but I won't make it long. One thing that actually I do think is important for people to know is that the routes under, I'm clicking the screen online. That doesn't work for it working locally, right? So one of the things that's very important, if you look at config and you have a route, here you can actually also, I think we specified that, but you can also have the methods here, which means you could go to such an extent that you say, hey, anything under /admins or /API/admin is free to go for anybody if we are doing GET requests. But the puts and the posts and the deletes, I want to have only available for authenticated users. So you can make a change there on method level even. And then the nice thing is, since the API is hosted under the same domain as your entire application, this integrated security also applies to everything that's going on inside of the API. So it also opens up authentication and authorization on top of your APIs as well.
That one is really cool.
Okay, I
We
just
can
have one more
do verb
question
checks.
to this, if I can.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Are there any limits to the amount of routes that you can set up in this config file?
Yes. And I'm thinking what the maximum amount was. Was that 200? I'm not entirely sure. That's actually a good question. So normally that would be something that you static web apps. So that's something that I now immediately want to know, right? So
I apologize.
there we go. No, that's called nerd sniping, right? You give somebody just enough information for them to be able to have a look. It's
If
properties
it's
specified
200, that
patterns,
number has been chosen by a manager of some kind because it's not a power of 2.
It's probably somebody said 200 should be enough for everybody.
Yeah, but a programmer had set to 256.
Yeah, probably. Let's
Uh-huh.
see.
640K, nobody will ever need more.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. This is the thing. There's only 2 restrictions for the static web app.config.json file. One is maximum of 50 distinct roles. Okay, fair enough. And the max file size of 20 kilobytes.
Okay.
Awesome. So another one from me. Can I say so the application is only accessible from other Azure resources? Basically an allow list with internal IPs of Azure.
The internal IPs of Azure, I'm not sure, since that would also mean this needs to be inside of a VNet.
Yeah.
And I think that's only available on standard. What you can do, of course, is if you have, I don't know, an app service, you can get the list of explicitly connected IP addresses to app services running in the region that you're running your app service in, and put those on the allow list. Yes, that would be completely possible.
Yeah. A question from Scott. Is adding status code 200 necessary when redirecting from a 401 response? The response overrides.
Yeah, if you don't, the status code will remain 401. I'm not really sure what each and every browser will do with that, because since it's an error code that has something to do with authentication, it might be that your browser responds differently than you would like it to respond, because the fact that you're redirecting to a normal page that actually has something to show the end user, you also want to update the response code or the status code to be 200, because otherwise a browser might interpret that as a faulty request and presumably or potentially break.
Yeah.
I've tried it with Firefox, Chrome, Edge, and Brave. I haven't found any of them breaking actively when I don't specify the status code, but I don't know all the browsers, so I'm not really sure if there might be anything that still breaks.
Okay.
And we have a question from Coding After Work. If you could choose any type of pastry in the whole world, what flavor of stroop would you choose?
That's the stroopwafels, man. It's either bossenbollen or stroopwafels when you talk to Dutch people. No, a stroopwafel or a stroop.
Yeah.
Is two cookies actually with some caramel in between. Especially good if you just lay them on top of a cup of hot coffee to make it just that little
Oh yes,
warm and melty.
delicious.
Oh yes. So to give either Jimmy or Jessica or both of them an answer, I would go to a Dutch farmers market where they actually have people that build stroopwafels on site. They bake the cookies there. They have the stroop there warm in a pan, and they literally put it on the cookie, put it together, and hand it to you. Those are the best stroops you can get,
Hands down.
Yeah.
Absolutely hands down. So yeah, so if you ever come to a conference in the Netherlands, there are companies that bring these people to their trade stands. Highly recommend visiting those trade stands.
Oh yes, they're awesome.
Yeah. Okay. I think on that note, we have to stop for time. This has been absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today.
You're very welcome. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, you're welcome. And if anybody has more questions for Rick, you can get in contact. What's your Twitter handle these days, or your Blue Sky handle?
Anything is Rick VD Bosch. So Blue Sky, Twitter, TikTok, anywhere. Rick VD Bosch, you'll be pretty sure to find me.
Fantastic. Then thank you very much, and until the next time. Bye-bye.
Awesome, and have a great rest of the conference today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, with that awesome session, we are going to skip the break for this hour. So, apologies for the people that are sitting there dancing in their chairs.
I think the pastry question was very important.
Absolutely.
And worth skipping the break for.
Except for the fact that I now want one. That's the only downside. I now want one.
Yeah, true.
But, yeah, so where are we now? We are...
Andreas is up.
We are. When the hour is 5, Andreas will arise. With the data builder, a clever surprise. He'll weave the API magic simple and neat to bring your data to your web apps beat. Hello, Andreas. Thank you so much for joining us.
How are you?
I'm really happy. I'm operating on adrenaline right now. So this is just so much fun. And after Jeff's finished and we say goodbye, I think that's a point where I'm kind of going to go from vertical to horizontal and just sleep.
Oh, you're not going out trick-or-treating?
It's not I'm dressed like this and it's not a thing really in the Netherlands.
Just do it. You get candy, okay?
Yeah, that's a good point. You do get candy, but we're going to get candy in the Netherlands soon anyway for a different one.
Oh, okay.
But the good one is answering the door to delivery people dressed like this is stunning when it's not something that's really celebrated in the country. The first guy that brought a parcel, I've had 2 today. The first guy, I opened the door, he took 2 steps back, which I count as an absolute win.
100%.
Cool.
And the other guy kind of saw me, did a double take and went, looking good today. Right. You got it for Halloween, haven't you?
Yeah, I was supposed to be dressed out, but my skills are, extremely bad, to be honest, when it comes to makeup and all that. So I was depending on my wife, and apparently she fell asleep and prioritized sleeping over helping me. So here I am.
Never mind.
In pain.
But you're here, and you're going to give us an awesome session on a data builder API, which currently in preview in Azure Static Web Apps. Absolutely fantastic resource. I can't wait to do this. I'm going to join you with this one as well. So I actually get to spend some time on screen, not just hosting, which I'm looking forward to. So Eric, we're going to say bye-bye to you for a short while. And Andreas, if you want to share your screen.
Yeah, calling after work crew says I'm a bit low sound-wise. Can you hear me? Good.
I can hear you, but
what does the chat say?
Yes. Hey, chat, do we need to turn up the volume on Andreas? Okay, we're getting lots of good to hear.
Audio is great. Okay, Good, great. So Jimmy and Jessica, you just have to move a bit closer. So present share window. Screen.
Totally fine. Move closer. So you did move closer?
Better now.
You want to get closer
they
to the
say.
strokes, aren't you?
Yeah, just imagining. So you can see my screen right now. You need to share
Yep,
it now.
we can see your screen and it's on stage. Yes.
Awesome. So we will start here. Yes, I will switch this. And it should be right. Yes, here we go. So welcome, kids. Data API Builder is what we're going to be talking about now for 45 minutes more. 44. And to begin with, who am I? My name is Andreas Wänqvist. I work for a super cool company up in Sweden that's called Voyado. We do customer experience programs for retailers. So if you're a consultant working with retail, you want to wow your customers, remember the name. We're actually really large in the Nordics, but also taking Benelux with storm. So a couple of your favorite shops probably already running their mailouts through us. Before I started at Voyado, I used to work for Microsoft in one of the Azure teams building Azure services. On my spare time, I fake to be a web dev, and I'm a member of the Aurelia core team since 2017, I think. Nowadays, I am the AI architect for our company. That's the rightmost icon pictogram thing there. That's the icon for a semantic kernel, something I am enjoying playing around with nowadays. I forgot to brand my image there, but I also recently became an MVP for web dev. Thank you. So that's super cool. Just like Anjuli, I kind of often forget that I am because it's so new. Yeah, that's it about me. So the agenda for today is we'll have a quick overview, look a bit at architecture and what data API Builder is. Then briefly is look at supported data sources, tooling, stuff like that in a PowerPoint, this PowerPoint slide, believe it or not. And then we're going to attack that old static web app I had lying about my, I call it DroidWorks. It's a Droid mail order shop. So that one is currently using Azure Functions for retrieving data. Quite simple. But we're going to try to take this entire application and switch it over to DAB and get it to use a proper database in the cloud instead of just serving up some fake JSON.
And it's an awesome website. Any website with Star Wars droids is awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, I kind of like it as well. So, Data API Builder, what is it? It's magic. That's the best I can describe it, actually. It replaces any custom API that you might have for prod operations, and which seems kind of amazing, actually. It can relieve the weight of your code in your projects by a big deal. It is cross-platform, open source, super nice, of course, language, tech, and framework agnostic, and zero code. It's actually just a single config JSON file that you need to set up, and the code is automatically generated for you. And it's free with no premium tier and runs in any cloud, the commercial says. haven't tried that one out. And we'll be focusing on static web apps today, of course. So it supports a lot of different web technologies, web hosting technologies in Azure, as far as I know. And they should all be containerized in some way. So Azure Container Instances, Container Apps, or Azure App Service, which also can deploy containers to. Also, Azure Static Web Apps, that's of course the focus for today. And then on your right-hand green box side, you will have data shoved into some kind of data source. And what the Data API Builder is actually magically setting up code for your app on the left to access your data on the right. For any kind of .NET-based stuff, it's going to be injecting middleware into your app, actually. Really cool. So it's really developer friendly. You have a cross-platform CLI, and you have all the bells and whistles. Supports OpenAPI, Swagger, and Banana Cake Pop if you're into GraphQL. Stateless, Docker-friendly container you can pull down if you're playing around with anything except for static web apps. And it's secured with easy auth, Entra identity, or any other JOT-based server. Flexible policy engine and quite granular security controls as well. And you can also pass claims data to SQL session context, which is not much, so much for static web apps right now, but it is, although just in preview, so it might get way better there. Backend data source support. We support relational as well as NoSQL databases. It integrates really nice with application insights. Good to see what's happening, right? And one simple config file defines the database relationships for you. And for REST, I'm really impressed by this. It's actually also instruments up in memory cache, and you have really nice data style query string keywords to fetch your data. So compatibility right now, Azure Container Apps, Azure Container Instances, AKS, Azure Web Apps for containers, and also natively integrates with Azure Static Web Apps. Woohoo! And if you got on-premise stuff, it supports custom on-prem deployments there as well. And supported databases right now is SQL Server, Azure SQL, Azure Cosmos DB for NoSQL, if you prefer NoSQL. Then you got Postgres and MySQL on also Azure SQL Data Warehouse. Security-wise, well, support for auth, any OAuth 2 or JOT flow, supports for easy auth, Microsoft Entra if you prefer that. Also role-based auth using received claims or item-level security via policy expressions if you're using something that's not as far. REST endpoints, what we'll set up is post, get, put, patch, and delete, which means everything, right? Filtering, sorting, pagination will be super smooth. And as I said before, sets up an in-memory cache for you. And it supports OpenAPI as well. GraphQL endpoints supports query implementations, filtering, sorting, pagination, relationships, well, everything almost out of the box, right? And tooling-wise, there's an easy-to-use CLI. Small caveat, I have already installed that to save some time. So when I start working with some command line tooling later on, both the SWA CLI and the DAB CLI is actually installed on my computer. Integrating with static web apps is something you do inside the portal. If we get there, we will go through that as well. Last phase of the demo. Other stuff we like: open source, MIT licensed. Go in, fork it, create your own. No, just kidding. Contribute, pull requests, review, everything is built in the open on GitHub.
I like this idea of rolling your own. Like that's what we should all be doing, right?
Yeah. So, any questions after the slide deck?
No, I think we're good so far.
Awesome. Let's get to the codes. So, what we have here is a resource group with our my small demo app here. Call it DroidWorks. You could actually go check it out, see if it works. Let's see if we have some products. Yes, we do. So we have 3 data types in this product. I might show that from the get-go. Right here, products, for example. Going to load that. Just JSON of droids, right? And that's going to be served from /API. Okay, good to remember. That's going to change.
So that's running to your Azure function right now, then?
Yes, it is. That's a small hint there. /API. That's just local. It's deployed right there with the Static Web App, right? So let's close that. We know it works, right? So what we're going to do here is that we're kind of realizing that this app has grown up so much. It needs to be actually data hosted properly in the database. So I have created an Azure SQL database. I have created 3 tables here with legends, products, and product recommendations. So this is the products we saw being loaded into the app before. But that was just faked. Oops, close that one. So what do we need to do to get this working with DAB? First of all, this is the app over in GitHub. And I just created a new branch here, swade/dab, right? You see nothing is committed, nothing is done on that one. So this is the project open in Visual Studio Code. And we can see I've just checked out the new branch. We build this and then start it. Let's see if it works, which I really hope it does. So first thing here, it finds the API, starts that, which is this function app located here on the API, right? The data that's being served is just served from JSON files over some really simple, here. Simple function. Just fetches the JSON file and sends it out wherever we get, right? If we see, we can check if the app started.
And for those people that are wondering what we're using there, that is the Static Web App CLI. And at 6 o'clock European time, we are going to have a session talking explicitly about that as well. So sneak preview of what you can do with it.
Cool. Yeah, so you saw the app was working here. I need to do this. So we'll actually populate automatically. Oh, that's good. So it's up and running. Oh, I forgot to browse those pages, didn't I? Can reload it, and we'll see these ones are served from /API products, right? So now we heard about this data API builder, right? And it's going to help us remove lots of code. So could we use that to connect to that database and remove all this API code? That'd be the dream. We are so. SWA-db init is the command that we're going to use. And for my part, I'm using Microsoft SQL database. That's why we set the database type to MS SQL. Then I have a local connection string, environment1, so you don't have to see my secret credentials, right? So if we run this init, we see that we will get a new directory here called SWA-db connections. And inside of that, we will have a static web app database config.json. Really, really short file name. Love that, love that. You can see here, using the connection string we gave it, it is a database type of MS SQL. Everything looks good so far, right? And we're saying we're going to use the REST endpoints. And we are going to, we enable GraphQL as well. Super cool.
So you can do both at once. You don't just have to have one or the other.
Exactly. But do note there's only a few database sources that will allow that. So it's not, you cannot choose to use REST and GraphQL for every kind of data source there is. But it's in the docs though. So what we don't have here is any kind of entities. So that's where we use the DAB CLI. We say DAB add, and then the name of our entity. The source is the table. Set permissions, and then we have to point out that config is located here, right? Do this, and we can see.
Hey, and we have our entities.
Exactly. Now we just need to do the same for our legends and our product recommendations. We should be good to go. So there we go. And there, legends and product recs. Awesome. Looks good.
I think it's also worth saying that this tool, by description, only works on databases that have a schema. If you have schemaless, then there's nothing to extract from the database, so you have to do that manually then.
Exactly. But you have a really good screencast on doing just that, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So in my app, I've used /API before, so I'm going to use that for our path to the REST endpoint as well. Keeps it more familiar for me. And also, when trying to call this, it's going to fail locally. So we will add some cores. Might as well try star, be a bit reckless here. But then we will change my database here. Don't know if you remember, but I showed you it started the API on 7071 locally. Going to change that localhost 5000 as that's what's going to be used by DAB locally. And just need to build that, and then we'll start it again. This time, we will also give it a data API location. That's a really hard word today.
Uh-huh.
Jinxed. So that's just pointing to this folder, right? Where we have our configs. So let's go. Still starting up the old API at 7071 here, right? You also see it here. It's kicking off Microsoft Data API Builder. Super cool. I think, yeah. Now listening on 5000 and HTTPS 5001. So if we try and open this app again, of course it opened off screen. Check the network, refresh, go to products. What? You see, switch to 5000. So this data is now coming from the endpoints that DAB shot into the app. Super cool, right?
That's really cool.
Not
And
that much.
I didn't realize that you could actually do that just by changing the API to API. So I normally keep it on REST and GraphQL. It's really cool that you can actually keep that on the API. So if you don't need any functions for anything else, you can literally do this without changing your client code.
Ish. There's one quirk. We'll come to that. This demo is going far too good and fast. I was expecting this to take a lot of time. So let's move to the cloud. That's where all the cool kids are hanging out, right?
Absolutely.
Of course, we have an API-based URL. That's API here. But when you deploy something and use DAB in Static Web App in Azure, it's going to append data API in the middle.
Right.
So we need to change this. And that was the small caveat I was going to come to, right? But that is all, right? We could also, while we're at it, let's remove the API. .NET isolated, no thank you. No API version, no instructions for building. Go with that. We could even try that locally.
And now we should just not see the 7071 at all.
Exactly. You see? Nothing is started. Oh, well, not the API at least. Cool. Then we can also get rid of the entire folder, right?
And that just any code you don't have is code that you don't have to maintain.
Exactly. And we also know that code that you don't have is not producing bugs, right?
Yes.
Which is the best part. So there we go.
And then do we need to do anything when we deploy this, or does it automatically pick up what we need?
You're
are we going to come to that one?
But we're going to push this first, right? So some code here. You can see the config file, and we removed the data and the old API that was calling it.
Quite cool that you can replace all of that just with configuration in 2 files.
Indeed, indeed. So pushing that to GitHub. Excuse me. And then we'll see.
And we have Rick agreeing with us. True, the best code is code you don't write, test, or deploy.
Exactly. So we need to create a pull request, right? According to what we showed you before, to get that new staging environment to be set up. This is quite.
These GitHub pipelines, they can either go super fast when you want them to be slightly slower,
Yeah,
or they can take far too long and just annoy you.
exactly. Oh, it's good that you're here talking to me, because as a presenter, this is the absolutely worst, right? You're waiting for something, you haven't prepared a cool joke, and just kind of pulling your beard, thinking, "Please make it work, please."
Yes, just please work.
But
This is a point where I generally stand on the stage and you kind of like stroke the laptop, going, "Come on, come on, you can do it, you can do it."
No, you can't get a cup of coffee, because it's way faster than that. It is actually soon over, I promise you. And the thing you see, I keep refreshing here, it is that this page is kind of sketchy. I don't know.
Yeah.
You who have been playing around with SWAs knows that sometimes the spinner keeps spinning, but it's just fake.
Yes.
The page has stopped updating. Oh, here we go.
Hey, look at that. We have a link.
Yes. So the question is now, what do we expect? We have deployed our stuff up into Azure. We have removed the API, but we haven't really set anything up in Azure, right? So if we dive over into products here, we're going to see we're getting a 500 internal server error here. But it's the changes we've made.
Yeah.
Pulling data from data-api/API looks good. So that means we just need to set it up in Azure correctly. Oops. So the way we do that, also now, of course, we can see environments.
Yep.
And this was super clean before, and now, of course, the Pendabot decided to give me pull request just a 1 hour or so before I started presenting. I was like, no, I'm not going to try and break that down.
Which is always fun if you've got more than 2 staging environments and suddenly Dependabot's stealing one from you.
Yeah, exactly. But at least we can see our branch here, right? So here, database connection, preview, important here, preview. And this is the DAB connection. So here for our, I was about to pick the wrong one. Here for our environment, we can select link existing database. And I have an Azure SQL database, right? This is it. It's in the DroidWorks resource group. It's called DroidWorks, and the database is also DroidWorks. Then we need to insert username. Check the checkbox. Link.
Yeah.
So, super fast. Yeah, you saw you got the warning triangle there for a few seconds, but really fast connection. So now we should be up and running, right?
We can keep our fingers crossed.
Exactly. So if we go over to environment, browse it. Let's open that nice network tab again.
Drum roll.
Loading.
And we have 200 back, and we see stuff.
Yes, and it's correctly fetching them from the data-API products. So this means we have removed all that, what is now legacy API code, right? And we're up and running with using DAB.
Right, I think this is a fantastic system. It's, hello.
Can you hear my dog? Sorry, the trick-or-treaters. She's going
Uh-huh.
bonkers upstairs. Sorry, I need to do some more soundproofing here.
Oh, it's fun. The dog's tuning in on the Halloween stream. It's fine.
Yeah. So that was actually way faster because during my rehearsals, I have not been this fast with either implementation or PowerPointing. So I'm realize I'm a bit off here.
No, that's
Sorry.
fine. I think we've got some nice stuff to talk about with the DAB. But I think, first of all, it's we have to do the Who Let the Dogs Out. Thank you, Dukasoft. I think for me, what I think is important to know for the for DAB in general, you can incorporate your authentication and authorization for the routes, the same as you can for an API. But you can also incorporate checks on the requests that you do to make sure that you only get information for those things that you're supposed to be getting information for. And at the moment, the last time I checked, the implementation on static web apps, because it's in preview, it's not quite the same as it is for the general. So right now, if you have a request where you need to get certain data and only certain people should see it, it's probably not for you right now.
No, that's true. It is also worth noting that the way it works here is that you have no decision over what version you're actually running because it's up to the concrete implementation in the portal right now, right?
Yeah.
So you can't go in and tweak it. If anything new shows up that you want to test, you can test it with another application that you're running in container instances, for example, or container apps, but you can't do it in static web apps right now.
No. So there are some limitations. I think it still makes it a fantastic tool to use. I think for me, what I am using it for right now in writing my new book or updating my book, I'm trying to do anything where I'm getting information that anybody can read. I will do that through the data API. Anything where there might be some limitations on that, that I'm still doing through the functions. But that might change in the future.
Yeah, I think my plan is to use it extensively for everything that's not super duper secret. But if you can use the role system that's built in, and that is enough, well, it's going to remove a lot of code and a lot of hassle for you, isn't it? So it's enticing to go all in.
Absolutely. It really does look, it gives you so much access to things that you wouldn't normally have.
Yeah, indeed.
And I think the other one, I don't know if you can quickly show that, because you had graph on, you had that turned on.
Yes.
If you share your screen again, there's one other thing that I think is really cool. It only runs on the development environment, I think.
Let's see.
Okay, add that to the
Little
stage again. So if you if you start it up locally and I love your clicky keyboard.
Oh, can you hear it? Sorry.
Oh, that's awesome. Clicky keyboards for the win.
Yeah, super enjoy it, but wasn't aware of that.
And then if you go to /data API /GraphQL, I believe it is. Have I remembered that right? Where is it?
Are you thinking about the? Oh, gosh, I can't.
Yeah, the
banana cake.
GraphQL playground that you get out of the box with it.
Yeah. I can't remember it either.
Which I think it should just be the GraphQL that you set up in your app, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. That's just GraphQL, right?
I thought it was.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Or demo gods aren't smiling on us again.
No. I can bingle it. See if I can find it.
Can we find it quickly to just to show people? And in the meantime, while you're searching, Coding After Work, I think we all know who that is, would like to know, what is your favorite Star Wars droid?
IG-88.
Which one's IG-8? Now I should know this. Why do I not know this?
It's the killer droid. You actually had there were 3. Oh no, it's not here. It's under Legends, of course.
I prefer the MSE6.
Which one is that?
You know which one that is?
No.
It's the small repair droid.
Oh, the mouse droid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't know if I got those guys in here. No. You need to add that. But now that we actually have a database that persists data, we can tweak the UI. You can have some access and edit. No, I can't find that banana cake.
Okay, so what we'll do then is we'll do this afterwards and put it out on Twitter, Blue Sky, and LinkedIn with links to it. Oh, production. It might need to be development. That could be it.
That was cool. That it.
And I believe that that switch is only for local. I believe when you deploy it to production, it is always production. You can't set production to development.
Yeah.
Oh, now we have a different not found.
Yeah. I wonder why, Data API, yes, healthy. Looks good.
Nope. Okay. We're going to stick something in onto Twitter and LinkedIn and Blue Sky for that.
It's going to reroute it. Is that our problem? Yes.
Oh, there we go.
So here we go.
It's something in the rerouting.
Yeah.
But you get this interface and you can run your GraphQL queries here. So if you're using the GraphQL rather than the REST, then you can check your queries here and figure out what you need to do to get the data out of the system that you want.
Yeah. Really cool.
Yeah. So this is well worth playing with when you get into it.
Indeed.
Looking at the comments, I don't think we have that many questions. I think I've asked the ones that I had in my head. Let's bring Eric back in. Hello there, Eric.
Hello.
Hello.
We
Did you
did get a
see
couple
or
of
have
comments on the previous session, but we can deal with those in a moment.
Yeah, Rick had so much content that people really didn't stand up and stretch after his session. So we can give him a few minutes back now. They can have a cup of coffee and maybe some candy. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll do that one. Thank you so much.
Go first.
Well, I was just going to say, this has been fantastic. Thank you for your time and for stepping up and doing this. I've learned some stuff on this, which is nice because I thought I knew how to do this, and I've learned stuff, which is always fantastic. So
Yes.
It's been a totally valuable session.
I
Appreciate
had
it.
no idea about anything of this, and now I know where to start.
Yes, it's well worth looking into. I say it is currently preview, so don't use it in production.
Yeah.
Or unless you're some people that do like using preview in production do, but I expect it to break later.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's really good. Maybe not merge it into main, but do play around with it. See how much API code can I remove. Is it worth it? Maybe it is.
Yeah. And on that note, we'll let you enjoy your Halloween party.
Thank you very much.
And
pet that
thanks
dog.
again for your time.
Yeah, I'll surely be back. Just need to get some candy first.
Okay.
See you later.
Enjoy. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, so Rick came back. He went ahead and tested the I'm a teapot HTTP code right away. And Static Web Apps returns an error when it's parsing the file saying that it's a non-HTTP status code.
When it actually is a status code.
At the same time, if you read the documentation, it has 418 in the documentation, so that's a bug.
Yes, we need to raise that as a
Documentation
bug.
doesn't match up with reality, so I'm not sure how to send that as a bug report, but probably on GitHub.
I'm going to cheat here, and I'm going to let Rick do it because he's the insider.
Likewise. He suggested sending an email to Satya, but I think that's the wrong way of doing it.
Name drop. It's a perfect way to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Alternatively, we have coming up, and this is, again, an awesome segue. At 6 o'clock Central European Time, we have Dheeraj and Timothy, and they are from the Static Web App team. So we can even pose this question to the team themselves. We'll let them do their talk
17 minutes then.
Yes, in 17 minutes. We're going to let them do their talk first. We won't chase them off to begin with.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan. And on that note, Eric and I are going to step out. We have another 15-minute break before the next speaker. Go, stretch your legs, have a drink, and we will see you back
all
here
in
shortly.
15.
Yeah. Have a see you soon, folks.
Good break. See you soon. Welcome back,
We're
everyone.
back again. So, then at 6, the CLI calls. Dheeraj and Timothy shall break down the walls from the command line deployment or from your desk. A powerful tool, so simple and fresh. If I can read it properly. I've been going for many hours. The adrenaline's starting to wear off. I'm sorry, people.
You're doing great, Stace.
But yes, it's nearly 6 o'clock. This is the last session that we have of the day with instructional content.
Mm-hmm.
And the last 2 sessions are going to be real-world examples of how this was used, trials, tribulations, and how to make it do cool stuff in the real world. So without further ado, let's invite our 2 speakers to the stage. We have Timothy and we have Dheeraj. Dheeraj, am I pronouncing your name correctly? I apologize if I'm not.
No, you are, yeah. Dheeraj.
Yes!
Great.
Thank
Welcome,
you.
guys.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, it is really awesome that that you could join us. Also, slightly short notice. Unfortunately, one speaker was not able to make it, but put me in contact with Dheeraj and Timothy from the Static Web App team themselves, which is just awesome to have them here today. And I guess, let's have a look. We're about 3 minutes early.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you a question, if you don't mind, that we got from a previous session.
Sure.
Because we're trying to start each session on the hour, so people joining on the hour know there's a session. So I'm trying not to start early if possible.
Understood. Yeah.
The question was from Abbas Alwash. A question about, do you know when the Azure Static Web App Hybrid SSR Next.js preview will be moved to production? We really need it in our company.
That's a lot of words.
That's a lot of words. Very important question, though. I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that is very, that's a big ask from our customers. So we are looking to move it to production fairly quickly. We're just working out our final little issues, whatnot. It is stable right now. So it has the preview tag. We haven't removed the preview tag just yet, but it is stable and can be used for our production workload. Right now, we are going to remove that preview tag, hopefully early next year.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. So, Abbas, I hope that answers your question. And yeah, we've just had the session on the data API builder, which is also in preview at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully at some point soon, that's also going to go GA, because that's another fantastic piece of functionality.
That is the hope. So we are planning on trying to move database connections to GA shortly after we figure out our story for next. And then obviously the biggest thing in the room right now is dedicated, which we are hoping to GA again early next year. So after we're able to GA those things, we'll move on and figure out our timeline for database connections.
Yeah, so you've got a lot of stuff going on at the moment then.
Yeah, exciting stuff. I hope everyone's
Yes.
ready to use them. If you have any feedback, feel free to leave it in our GitHub repo, especially with these preview features, so we understand what is going to be necessary for us to take these things to GA in a usable fashion for everyone.
Awesome. I really appreciate it. I really love the fact that the static web app themselves, from the word go, it was fantastic, but it's just been growing and growing over the last few years. And the shortcuts that you had to take when it was in preview back in 2021, before the SWA CLI came along, all of those shortcuts disappeared. We now have stuff to work with, which is what you're going to be showing us today. And it's just getting more and more mature as we go along. And it's really becoming such a powerful resource within Azure to quickly get stuff up and running with lots of different combinations of backends, etc. So
Happy to hear that. Yeah.
And I think on that note, we are on the hour. So do we have a screen that we need to share?
Yep, let me go ahead and share mine real quick.
Mhm.
Let's see if this will do it properly. This didn't
Here we
take us
go.
through it.
Okay, cool. So we have that. If we need to switch to Timothy's machine, just let me know, and we'll get that done from the green room. Just say it on stream and we'll hear it. And with that,
Absolutely.
take it away. Thank you both.
Take care.
Yeah, so I'm going to quickly go over some slides to introduce the SWA CLI and exactly what differentiates it from maybe the other local dev tools that are offered within Azure. And then I'll pass it off to Tim to go over actually using it. So yeah, the Azure Static Web Apps CLI. So to install it, it is an NPM package. You can find it at that npm.js link. Just look up Static Web Apps CLI. If a functions backend is used, it will automatically also install the functions core tools emulator. So you're able to run locally anything that has a functions backend with your SWA running locally as well. So it's really easy to set up. We really have three things you can do with the CLI. You can create static web apps, you can manage static web apps, and then you can deploy static web apps. And all of those things Tim is going to go through and show you in live today. And then we have documentation. So for configuration settings, some of the biggest things about the SWA CLI is that we do have a framework detection, which is similar to the one that's found in the portal, where the SWA CLI can detect and set your framework specific details, but you can also customize that in the SWA CLI config file, much like the static web apps config JSON. You can create build commands and dev server variables that can be manually set and adjusted so that you can locally emulate your entire application. Let's see. So looking at this, the first step, like I said, was creating a new static web app. You can initialize a project directly from SWA CLI. This would set up your deployment. You don't have to come in with anything besides your Azure subscription. For local testing and development, this is really where the SWA CLI shines. We have a couple important emulations that, can save you a lot of time before you go to production. The first one is, I just heard you guys are coming from the Data API Builder session. If you have a database connections, you can test it locally, and we're going to show you how to do that today. Without having to deploy your entire code base, you can make real calls to your database using the SWA CLI. You can also check the health of your database connection and just make sure that the actual connection works. There are a couple steps afterwards that you'd have to set in order for it to be connected in production, but this really does save you a lot of time instead of having to wait for multiple deployments to figure out if the changes you made on the database connection actually worked. In the same fashion, if you have a functions backend, we're able to emulate that as well without having to deploy. Again, going back to those configuration settings, you can set your functions backend as a configuration detail, and you can run that locally. And we will use functions core tools to emulate it, and it'll all be linked up. And finally, we have authentication emulation, which Tim has been working on recently a lot, because we're trying to bring more than just the built-in auth. We're trying to bring in some of the custom authentication options to emulate. But for example, if you have AAD or GitHub auth set up on your app and you want to test how that looks, you can go ahead and do that using SWA CLI. You can also set roles, user roles, and ensure that everything that needs to be protected with authentication is protected. Finally, you can deploy to Azure. You don't have to take it to GitHub or Azure DevOps. You can deploy directly from SWA CLI, which is something a lot of customers generally ask. If you don't want to set up a CI/CD, deploying directly from SWA CLI is an option, and it's a good one. It works. That being said, troubleshooting and best practices. if any issues do arise, there's actually a separate GitHub repo called the Static Web Apps CLI that we specifically monitor to help make improvements on the CLI. So if you have any issues, please go ahead and open up an issue on that repo. And besides that, I guess one thing that we wanted to flag right now is we're currently addressing a couple bugs. Like I mentioned, Tim is opening up the ability to emulate more auth options currently. So that's going to be coming out real soon. And then we're also addressing a bug regarding the deployment of an API from the SWA CLI. All right. Is there anything you want to add, Tim?
No, I think that hits all the major points.
Awesome.
Thanks,
I'm going to pass it over to you then.
all righty. Me. Okay. Let me know when y'all are able to see my terminal here.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So, like Dheeraj had mentioned, the SWA CLI, our main beefy component here is the ability to emulate what you would expect in production. So managed functions is one of the features that Azure Static Web Apps does offer. And so today I'm going to go through a very, albeit crude, example. I'm going to make a very simple React application, a very simple Azure function, and we're going to go through all the different components that Dheeraj had discussed. And along the way, I'm happy to open it up to questions. I can't exactly see the chat right now, so Stace, Eric, or Dheeraj, if you see any questions, please feel free to stop me, and I'm happy to take it from there. Alrighty. So starting, I'm just gonna make a new, let me open this up here. I'm gonna make a new directory. And so let's say I am a developer. I'm going to make something, I wanna make a React single page application, and I want to allow users to log in through one of the SWA authentication methods. So through AAD, GitHub, or some of the other custom auths that are coming in the future. And we would like to allow the user to make calls to our backend managed function, and as well as the database connection as well. So starting from here, I am going to, sorry about that. I'm going to create a new Vite package. So let's make the application. And I'm going to have this going in parallel just because sometimes this can be a little finicky. My Azure DevBox was not cooperating, even though I prayed heavily to the demo gods this morning. All right, so in parallel, I'm going to make a Azure function. So I'm going to init using, this is not our product, by the way, this is the Azure Functions, the CLI at this point. So I'm going to make a node function, JavaScript, and here it's going to start installing the dependencies that's required. So on this side, in the first terminal, I'm making my front end in Vite, and I'm going to name it, I'm just going to name it app for now. We're going to do it in React. JavaScript, nice and easy, and I'm going to start installing the dependencies here as well. Let me just get that out of the way. Okay. So as we wait here, my current folder hierarchy is I have two folders, my API folder and app folder. At this point, the SWA CLI hasn't come into play yet, but I am a full stack developer. I'm just constructing my front end, back end connections for now. And here we see in the front end side, we have a very simple Vite bootstrapped application. So if I come in here and I do npm run dev, this will fire up. Localhost 5173 gets exposed to me. And once this loads, boom, I see a splash screen, Vite and React. And this is very simple, like get started with Vite, glad you're here sort of thing. And on the other side, in my other terminal here, if we look under the API, here we have the bootstrapped Azure function files that we would see once it's initialized. So we see a host JSON, we see a package JSON with the Azure functions dependency already installed within node modules. So starting from here, now I have my API scaffolding set up, I can create a new function. So I'm going to do func new and give it these parameters. So I give it a name, and I'm going to create a very, very simple HTTP trigger Azure function for now. So just like that, it's created, and in the API hierarchy, I can see a new function, HTTP example JS. So all this is doing at this point is if I were to call whatever is hosting this Azure function /API/HTTP example, if I use a get or post method, all that's going to happen, we have a context logging message, and we will see hello world coming back, because this function now is looking in the query. If a name was provided, it'll say hello Tim if I were to provide that, or if we don't provide that, then it just falls back to hello world. So again, this is coming from the Azure function CLI tool, but if I were to do func start, then this kicks off their emulator. So now we see it got fired. Localhost 7071 /API/HTTP example will now show hello world. So what's going on now is I have started on this screen, I have the Azure Function CLI emulating our hello world HTTP trigger. On this tab, I have a Vite npm run dev. Now, this is where the SWA CLI is going to come into play. Now, we know that based on a folder hierarchy like this, we have an app folder, we have an API folder. If I were to put this into a GitHub repository, into an Azure DevOps repo, and I were to create a SWA through the portal, we would then have the language detection framework kick in. And it would recognize, okay, I see an app folder. I see that it is React version 18 or whatever I started it to. And I see an API folder with an Azure function in it that's running node 16 or 18. And from there, it's going to create all the deployment scaffolding. And once we get that content distributed to all of our region centers, at that point, when I hit my SWA's default host name, then I will see the front end screen. And then if I were to take that default host name and then go to /API/HTTP example, then it automatically gets routed to this custom made Azure function that I created. So in a nutshell, that's what managed backends is doing for you. We take care of the function deployment, and we will return you one default host name where you can access the front end, and then you can just slap /API/whatever to the back of it, and we will properly route it to the function that was created for you. So I'm jumping way ahead here. Now let's go back to reality for a little bit. And from here, looking at what I have, again, 2 folders, app and API. And so at this point, I'm going to run SWA init. So now we're entering the world of the SWA CLI. This method, very simply put, it traverses the current root directory. It does the language detection. It will create the SWA CLI config JSON file that Dheeraj mentioned just a few moments ago. And from there, that's going to construct the blueprinting for our emulation, our building, and the eventual deployment into your Azure ecosystem. And so we see, welcome to Static Web App CLI. And yeah, let's go ahead, call this live. And here we see what I was just saying. We have this language detection framework that knows, okay, I'm using Vite and I have a Node.js API. And it traverses, it's able to differentiate what is my app folder, where's the output location going to be. So after I run npm run build, by default, if we look in package.json, by default, Vite is going to package it all into the dist folder, the distribution. Maybe it's here. Sorry, I haven't worked in front end in quite a bit. Yeah, maybe it's just defaulted by Vite. It's going to go into the distribution folder, and we see that the API is running node 16. We see the build commands, we see the dev server commands, and we see where the dev server URL is going to be. So if you remember when I ran npm run div, it fired up the Vite website onto localhost 5173. But what's going to happen later when we use emulator, it's going to expose a different port, which actually then is going to proxy to localhost 5173 where V is running, and it'll proxy the API request into the function port that's exposed. And this is essentially what happens in SWA's production environment as well. So we wanted to capture as close to production as we could to ease developers in, setting up this sandbox environment, if you will. And so looking at this, I'm going to say settings are correct. And just like that, we see a SWA CLI config JSON that was created with everything that was just displayed previously. And now we see get started following commands, very, very straightforward. SWA start. This is the command that is going to kick off that emulation that I was just saying. And very clearly, we do see a warning. This is important to keep in mind that we try to match our production environment as closely as possible. However, anything can happen, right? So we have to be careful about that. Things may differ slightly than what you do expect. However, with the emulator started, now we see that the emulation has exposed port 4280 to us. And what's going on here is once we fire this up, the Vite application has started in the backend, and 4280 is simply proxying to 5173, whatever Vite is hosting on. And if you remember, we had /API/HTTP example. So on the same exact port here, I can go to /API/HTTP example, and I see hello world. I see the Azure function that I created earlier. And what's even more neat is that we do have the ability to hot reload. So let's do a change into the backend. If I do a refresh here, just like that, I see the change, and needless to say, front end as well, but we'll have plenty of time to show that. So one of the first things I'd like to jump into here is looking at the front end. One of the things that we want customers to do within the SWA CLI is to simulate authentication. Because when we are writing these single page applications, I know I've done it in the past, we want to check authentication as well as authorization. So let's say we have a website, there's a navigation bar, we see our standard home, about us, FAQ, and we want to do something like, okay, if this user is an admin, let's give them some more admin titles on the navigation bar. So maybe they can see manage site, or they can see manage users. So when it comes to local development, we try to make it as easy as possible within the SWA CLI, where we expose a 2 or 3 really authentication endpoints that's accessible, and we can simulate. So let me just show this here. I'm just going to create a new section on the front page here, and I'm going to add a button where on click, we will navigate the user to, it will be sorry, fingers are a bit cold in Seattle this morning. We're going to auth, login, and let's use Azure Active Directory as an example. But again, we do provide GitHub and future ones as well. But in this example, I'm going to do AAD. And then quite simply, I'm going to make a login button. And let's do a state as well. Or before I jump there, let me just show what this is going to look like. So hot reloaded, we have this new login button. So on click, I'm going to get navigated to this. This is all bundled within the SWA CLI package itself. So here we know the provider is AAD, user ID, this is just randomly generated ID, and username. I can do that, and user roles by default, all SWA authentication will, once you are logged in through enter Azure Active Directory or GitHub, you will have anonymous and authenticated on it. So auth and anonymous will be added automatically if not provided. So this is the kind of page that we'll see in the emulation, of course. Once we're in production, I'll show after deployment. When we're in production and we hit this site, it's going to bring you to the Microsoft login screen that you see, that you expect. And then after that, you'll grant consent to the SWA. And once you do grant consent to have your Microsoft email shared with the owner of the static web app, you'll then be authenticated from there. But for the sake of testing here, I'm going to make user roles, and we will make a state of what the user roles are looking like. So let's see, right under here, let's make a paragraph. And if we have user roles, or then we show no login info yet. And coming back to here, I said we had a few auth endpoints that are available from the SWA CLI. And another one is when you go to the emulation endpoint, you can go to /auth/me. And what this site is going to show you, or it's more of an API endpoint, right? What calling this is going to show you is, am I logged in? And what are my roles? At this point, I haven't been logged in yet. So I'm going to see client principal null. So this is a way for the single page application SWAs to programmatically check, is the user logged in? What are the user's roles? So I'm going to make a very simple function here. I'm going to do a use effect, which on render of this React application, I'm going to call, let's name it get roles. And writing the get roles function, it's going to be async, and we are going to fetch that endpoint that I had just shown. So we will fetch .auth/me. And let's convert this to text. It's also possible to convert it into JSON, and then we can manipulate it further. But for the time being, I'm going to just convert it to text, and we will set the state to what was returned here. Perfect. So now coming back to here, we see login. Okay, client principal is null. This is how programmatically I'm going to know, all right, this user isn't logged in yet. So whatever admin controls we want to show, let's hide it. We don't want that displayed yet. Now I'm going to log in, pre-generated username, and these are the two generated roles by default. And I'm going to hit login. So this is all simulated at this point. What SWA does, even in production, is upon logging in to some identity provider, we will create a cookie with all the OAuth roles that were returned. And that cookie is going to be shared in your current session. And here we see, okay, now when I hit /auth/me, we try to read the cookie from your browser and then decrypt it, which will tell us, okay, this user is part of what principal, their claims, what identity provider, and their roles. So coming back to here, now we see, okay, now this user is authenticated. Maybe now we can show this is your feed, this is the operations that you can do. And furthermore, let's say I even put an admin, and that's how we can check, is this user is an admin. Let's show the management screens like we'd expect to. And so again, this is a really easy way for developers to play around. And I can always come in here and let's say, okay, I want to be an admin. And now admin will be part of my /auth/me request. So like that, we allow emulation. When it comes to production, it gets a little bit more tricky because you actually have to assign those roles and send out invite links and such. So this is somewhat of a sandbox, help developers test every single edge case or every single pathway that customers may encounter. So that is our authentication simulation that I wanted to show. Up next, I am going to show the API call. So I'm going to make another card here. And on click, let's do get API. And we are going to call the API on click. And I'm going to make a new state later. And no API result yet. Okay. So let's make the API state set API result. We will initialize it to undefined, just like the user roles. And very, very similarly, we're going to have get API, which is going to be an async function on button click, where we are going to fetch /API/HTTP example, which is the Azure function that I created time ago. And I'll convert it to text again, just like this, nice and simple. And we will set API result to text. So just like that, hot reloaded, we see no API result yet. And let me go into the inspector and we can even look at the network tab here. So once I hit this button, it makes the call to, where is it? We make the call to /API/HTTP example on the same host name, 4280. So this is the emulation that when we make a /API, when the path starts with /API, then it gets rerouted to our Azure function managed backend. So like that, we see hello world, hot reload. This was the content that was responded. So I'm converting it into text and boom, just like that, we display it on our React application. So, you know, when it comes to Azure Static Web Apps, the whole idea is a static site is something that displays images, text, and it's your single page application, right? But what makes a static web app is linking that with some sort of backend, whether it's a function that we manage, like a managed Azure function, or you can link a backend as well. And that's what makes the power behind your applications, right? You will allow users to log in and users can interact with databases and all sorts of things from there, which is a great segue into one of the final pieces of this live demo here is a database connection. So what I had done before this demo is I created a NoSQL Cosmos DB that I will bring up here. This is a very simple NoSQL Cosmos database, nothing flashy. Created it under my subscription, and I created a test person database and a test person container. And this is a good time to show this API example here. So Microsoft Learn has a lot of good documentations on how we can create a database connection within static web apps. And on this page here, this is a Cosmos DB example. We have MySQL, SQL, Postgres, and this is all using the data API builder that the last session was about. And going back to the portal, we can create an Azure Cosmos DB, and let's see, from the keys? On the keys tab, we have a primary connection string. So for security reasons, I'm not going to show this, but the connection string is this URL that will get you access into connecting to this Cosmos database. And it's required for the data API builder as well as the SWA CLI emulator to form that connection in your local development. And when it comes to production, all of this is done for you on behalf of certain managed identities. So we take care of all of that for you in production. But for development, we do need the primary connection string inside of an environment file, which I will show the setup later. And just showing the Cosmos DB I set up, very, very simple. I followed the tutorial here, and I have a person database, person container, and I have one person in there right now, myself, with an ID of 1. So now going back to here, I have this application. I want to make another button. And when I click that button, I want to make a call to the database that I set up in real time. So when I make a change to my Cosmos DB in Portal, I'd like to see it reflected on this as well. So how we can do this is I am going to kill my CLI emulation, and we have a command. So SWA DB init. This is going to initialize our DB connections folder as well as some configuration files that are needed to start that setup. So I have a NoSQL database type, and I give it my database name, my test person database. Upon doing this, it's going to spin for a little bit, and soon enough, we should see a new SWA-DB connections folder coming up. And in the meantime, I will show this. This is an example of an EMV file that you would need to get this set up. So Azure Subscription ID and Tenant ID, this is auto-populated when you do AZ login or SWA login, but we do need to provide the database connection string. And this is the primary connection string that I was showing earlier. And this, now that it's loaded, you can see this is used in our database config JSON here. The connection string, this should be, hold on, I'm sorry. This did not initialize properly. I told you all, I can only pray so hard to the demo gods. What it's supposed to look like is this. Let me bring this over here. Oh, you know what? That's right. It's not part of the init. It's actually part of the tutorial here. So the tutorial, it tells you, okay, create a database connection string in the EMV file, initialize what we just did, and then it says, okay, paste this into your GraphQL schema file. So I'm gonna go ahead and do the same thing, paste that in here. So this is our person model, and it's going to return the ID and name, which we saw in my Cosmos DB before. And we're going to paste this into our database config JSON. So I'm going to, all right, just like this. And now here we see where the connection string is populated. So it's going to read from my environment file, database connection string. So at this point, let me get my actual environment file, and I'm going to paste it into there. And we are going to rename this to .env. And now it will be picked up from my environment file, and I will be able to query my test person database, my test person container, and using this GraphQL schema, it's going to return me the ID and name. So now that the scaffolding is set up for SWA CLI to connect to our database, all I have to do is I'm going to go into my React application, and I'm going to create a new function. So this time we are going to get DB. It's going to be another async function. And let me just copy and paste this from the tutorial. This is the query we're going to use.
One quick thing I wanted to point out here, Tim just put in the schema into the schema file because he's specifically doing the example with Cosmos. If it wasn't a NoSQL database, we would be extracting the schema as well. So that would be a step you wouldn't have to do because you ran the DB in it. But yeah,
correct. Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. And yeah, so we try to make it as simple as possible again, but looking at a bunch of the tutorials is a fantastic starting point. There are so many different types that you can get started on, and they all follow roughly the same setup here. So Microsoft Learn is great. Stace, I don't know if there's any way to provide links, maybe in the chat. I can figure out after I'm done presenting. I'm happy to send that wherever.
Yep, we can do that. If you let me know the links, I can put them into the chat so that it goes out.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. That's perfect. Okay. Yeah. So coming back to here, I've created the database function here, async method. This is the GraphQL query, and we are going to call the endpoint /data_API/GraphQL, and this will all get linked. So coming down to here, let's create one more card. I am nearing the end. I'm being mindful of my time here. And on click, we will get DB. And this will be call Cosmos DB. And same thing as before, we're going to do DB result or no DB result yet. Very simple, straightforward. Now, let's go back to here, and I will open up the inspector. Let's reload. Of course. I killed it, so I'm going to rerun SWA start. Oh, but this time once we have a DB connection, we need to add one more additional flag into there. So we have data API location, and we have to specify what folder our config.json and schemas are in. So it's just one additional little thing. And I kick that off. And here we see everything should be fired up, waiting, and we are ready on 4280. So on refresh, let us see. I'm going to go to the network tab here. And okay. And now we see the new button that I created, call Cosmos DB. And we don't have a database result yet, so I'm going to click it. And here we see a pending request to /data API /GraphQL. And the response is the containers or the items that I created in my test person container. So we see ID 1, name is Tim. So just to show in real time as well, let's make a new item. And this time we are going to do ID of 2, and let's do a name of Dheeraj. Let's get him in this database too. So save. Now that it's in the database, I'm going to call it one more time, and boom, just like that, we see the second name. So this is all real-time database connections that we're able to test in real time in a development environment before we even productionize it. So very cool. From this point, the SWA emulator, we have been able to hot reload. We've been able to call our managed function backend. We're able to simulate authentication. And now we have hooked up a database connection inside of my Azure ecosystem. So now coming back, we're going to round it up, tie it in a very nice bow here. I'm going to deploy this into my Azure ecosystem. So we've done everything. We've done SWA start, SWA init, SWA start, DB init. So finally, at this point, I'm going to do SWA build. And what build is going to do is inside of the CLI config, we know this is our application, this is our API location, and it's going to go in each of those, install the dependencies, and run the build commands. So npm run build, npm run build for both of them, and it's going to package it nicely for deployment. And so from this point, it should have been built. And let me just make sure. Yes. Okay. And now from here, this is what Dheeraj was kind of alluding to before. We have a known issue that we are trying to resolve, that we will resolve here. The SWA deployment is going to fail if I include this API location in it. So for the time being, I'm going to remove API location, and we're going to pretend that I don't have an API to deploy just yet. Through the CLI, what's going on is we are throwing a validation failure because it's recognizing, hey, this API folder is too big. And it's like, I wonder why it's so big, but it's because node modules is included in it. All the dependencies were installed, and we're trying to upload that to our deployment client, and it's coming out to like 400 megabytes, and that's just throwing up flags on our side. So we are going to create a fix that is able to differentiate, okay, if I'm deploying from SWA CLI, everything is already built. So we need to allow the CLI to upload larger files. So worry not, that is coming down the pipeline. So I'm going to go into my portal, and there are many ways to deploy it through the CLI, but I'm going to do it kind of manually through the portal. I'm going to create a new SWA, and let me put it in my SWA day resource group. And I'm going to call it live demo SWA standard. And for the deployment source, I'm going to choose other. And I think we can go through the rest, staging environments, everything like that is okay. And let's create it. So by choosing an other provider, it's not going to ask me, what is your GitHub repo? What is your DevOps repo? And in this case, I'm going to manually deploy it using a deployment token. So here it is, my new resource is created. I see the default host name coming here. Congratulations on your new site. It's just waiting for a deployment. So I'm going to go to manage deployment token. I'm going to copy this, and let's go back to my live demo, and I am going to, let me log in first. So I'm going to do a SWA login in my SWA day resource group, and the live demo SWA is the app name I chose, right? Yep. So I'm going to SWA log into that. And after this, I can finally deploy it. And at this point, everything has been built because I ran the SWA build command already. Let's see. Let me close this out. And it's going to check my Azure settings, make sure that I'm in my subscription and correct tenant. And I'm going to do SWA deploy, and I'm going to supply the deployment token that I had just copied over. So that token tells them, okay, that is a valid user that can deploy to live demo SWA, and we see the kickoff starting. So it's deploying project to Azure Static Web Apps, and it's just going to start spinning in progress. And it's going to start polling. So at this point, our SWA client is now distributing the content to all of our region centers. And very quickly, we see the project has been successfully deployed. So let's open it up. And just like that, now we're able to see it. This is the API is not going to work because I did not include that. And we have one more additional step for call Cosmos DB, but I'll get to that in a second. I want to show this. Now, this login, if you remember, was bringing us to /auth/login AAD. Now, in the simulator, we saw that splash screen where we can input what roles we want, whatever. But in this case, in a production environment, we actually link it to the Microsoft Azure Active Directory login. So now I can choose my Microsoft account. And like I was saying before, we have a consent page. So if you choose to log in with your Microsoft account, you must grant consent that you're sharing your email address, your username to this Azure Static Web App. So I'm going to consent. And here we see, boom, now I'm logged in, AAD, that is my Microsoft email, and my roles of anonymous and authenticated. So that is the difference. In the SWA CLI, we're able to emulate it. In production, that's the real deal. That's it. So finally, the one last thing is the database connection. So if I come back here and I choose to call the Cosmos DB, it's not going to, it's going to 500 because we need to set up this connection where the Cosmos database recognizes, okay, this static web app is allowed to call my database. So because I deployed to a preview environment, I'm going to link. I did a Cosmos NoSQL resource group, CLI resource group, and the test database here. My test person database through a connection string. So I'm going to acknowledge, and we're going to link successfully connected a database, just like that. Oh no, sorry about that. Let me refresh here, clear this out, and when I call the Cosmos database, now the call is in flight and it comes back. So just like that, we were successfully able to emulate it on the SWA CLI, making the call to the database, and then do it in a production or preview environment at this point. This was a very rudimentary example of the database connection. There's a lot more that you can do. You can CRUD, but in this case, all I did was a simple get. But this Microsoft tutorial, which I'll send over to Stace, has tons and tons of examples. It'll show you how to list, how to get by ID, update, as well as delete. So anything your heart could ever desire from there. And with that, I believe I'm right on time. Sorry about that. I'm happy to take any questions.
You are perfectly on time. That's awesome. We have one question from the audience. For deployment to production, would I use the Azure Developer CLI or the SWA CLI?
So I can answer that, and then Tim, feel free to add in anything. It really depends. Both of those are completely valuable tools. I think the biggest thing that we're showing you with the SWA CLI is the local emulation feature that you're not going to get with the Azure Developer CLI. What Tim showed you, where you could test the database connections, functions, and auth while not deploying is the main like get that you get from SWA-CLI. We have published recently documentation on how to create a resource from Azure in Bicep using for Azure SWA. And so you can use that to integrate and use Azure Developer CLI to deploy. And Tim just showed you how to do it with SWA-CLI. So both are completely valid ways to do it. Yeah, just depends on what your local testing needs are before you deploy.
Exactly. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can go with that. I mean, this is part of what I'm putting in the book, and I have a talk going through deploying from a pipeline completely. So infrastructure as code. And I generally find from my use case in that a mixture of AZ Static Web App and the SWA-CLI are using both of them at appropriate times makes life just a whole lot easier.
Yeah. A lot of the samples that are out there will use AZD just because they include a lot of different Azure resources. So definitely if you want to go see an example of how that's done, there's a lot on Azure samples.
Yeah. So it's go look at all of the awesome MS Learn documentation. There's a lot of great stuff out there. And yeah, we don't have a lot of time, but I really did just want to say thank you for all of the stuff that you've done. And really thank you for putting a node function in there. Because I think over today we've seen Blazor front ends, we've seen React, we've seen Angular, but everybody's been using C# backends. And I love the fact that you've showcased here it's we support different things.
Exactly. Yeah. We don't judge.
Yeah, so what are the options right now? Because I know it used to be a little bit limited. It wasn't everything that you could do on for an Azure function. So that's a good
question. I just spoke with Dheeraj about this previously. We do have a static web app page that shows all of the functions that we are able to manage.
Mm-hmm. We have support for everything in function v3 and v4, I believe.
Okay.
And so I'll send that link over. This is the language runtime. Is that what you're referring to? I think we just.
We may have
just. I think Dheeraj just sent us the Learn link. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then I will drop that one in to the chat right now as well. Then.
Yeah.
And then we have. Yeah, so thanks. That's what I was leaning towards. SLA-CLI for local. Then we have a comment from Fuse Neighbor, but I'm everything including intercal. I'm guessing not for the Azure functions.
I think you got us there. Azure functions might handle that though. And if that's the case, we do welcome linked backends as well. As always, you can bring your own function, link it to your static web app.
Yeah. Okay, so on that note, I am going to say thank you to you both for joining us. It's been fantastic. That was, when we were talking about this earlier, kind of what I hoped that you were going to be able to show us. So superb. Awesome. Thank you so much for your time today. And enjoy the rest of the day, because you guys are across the pond, so it's middle of the day for you now?
Yep.
Just about, yep.
Yeah, so have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much. Awesome. Have a wonderful night. And thanks again for having us.
Yep, you're welcome. Thanks for being here. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And on that, we have a little bit of a break coming up. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes' time. For the next talk, which is going to start at 6 o'clock. And that's going to be Eric, which is why he's not on screen right now. He's busy preparing so that he can join the stream after the break, talking about his experiences making the dynamic static. Until then, see you in a few minutes. And we're back after a short break. As the clock strikes 7, Eric will share how to make static dynamic with the utmost care. With Blazor's might and open source grace, he'll guide you through this digital race. Eric, hello. So you're on double
Hello.
duty today.
Yes, long time no see, Stace.
2 seconds. I just lost my earpiece, so I can't hear a thing right now.
I said, can you hear me?
No, kind of. Let me try the other ear. Otherwise, I'll have to go to my different headphones. You were right. In-ear headphones for a 6-hour conference. Bad idea.
Yeah. Anyways, I am a replacement for Jessica, who is currently unavailable. She was supposed to be doing this hosting thing, and I was supposed to be only presenting. But instead
I wrote you in for the entire day.
Duty.
But yeah, it's I say, get well soon, Jess. We miss you, but looking after yourself is absolute number one that has to be done.
Yeah, I spoke slightly or quickly with her earlier today, and she's doing all right, everything considered.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Hoping
for the best there.
Yes.
Yeah.
But now you get to have fun yourself, and you've got your own talk to do as well as the hosting.
Yes, absolutely.
And this is all based on something that you were trying to do.
I was going to build a personal website, and I wasn't really happy with what could be done with the normal options available. So I decided to abuse the system just a tiny bit.
Just a tiny little bit. This is how we discover how things work well.
Exactly. So I was going to say that if you do everything that I'm about to show you, you're doing it wrong. I've built this presentation to be as generic as possible.
Yeah.
It'll work with every framework, big asterisk there. But most often some frameworks or the frameworks have a better way of doing a specific thing. But this covers everything. Right?
Which is also, so it's a really open-ended option.
Exactly, very open-ended. And then you replace the bits that don't fit your framework with something better.
Yeah. And we have the wonderful comment here from Dukasoft, but I'm already doing it wrong.
Well, let's help him do it better then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, you're a couple of minutes early, but I think that we can probably get away with that.
Yeah, I hope so.
So you're going to share. I'm going to drop off the screen, and then you're not going to be covered by Dartmeode in his ghost outfit.
Mm-hmm.
I will, speak to you in about 45 minutes.
Well,
Stage is yours.
Listen to me until then. So, turning the dynamic static, simplifying web delivery. Let's start out with some slight, quick glossary words here. Let me make sure that I'm in the right focus. So there are two main types of websites, really. You have static pages, which is what we're trying to do today. They are pre-rendered, pure HTML, CSS, and script. They are unchanging, again, HTML, and they are delivered quickly. They are insanely fast because, there's no compute. You also have dynamic pages, which are runtime generated. We're talking things like, normal web shops, CMS systems, basically 99% of the websites out there. Also including WordPress, Umbraco, different CMS systems. They can contain logic code to make decisions about what we're going to show. They can be updated like on the clock. They can actually get the current time and decide what they want to show. Unfortunately, they depend on a server. And we don't really have that kind of server in static web apps. We do have Azure Functions, and I'll be covering that in a moment. So we have dynamic sites on SWA, which I just said you couldn't do. Well, you can with an asterisk. You can do single-page applications of different types. We're talking Blazor, WebAssembly. We're talking Angular, Vue, Next, all the others, right? React. And they, if you want them to be dynamic, they will do most often REST calls against some kind of backend. And that could be Azure Functions. That could be directly against an external data source. They don't have any dynamic content built in, but they can run logic both on the client computer and in functions. The problem here is that, we'll get to that. Sorry. Yeah, but they use external data sources. A lot of people use Medium for this. It's a third-party blogging platform, and you can fairly easily import data from there into your own system using either direct calls from your SPA or via an Azure function as an intermediary. The problem there, and I'll get to that in a second, as I said, let me introduce myself. I'm Eric. You can see my boss there on the side. She is also sleeping right there. I am the author of the extension NoDocs and the, for giggles, .NET Tool, .NET Bacon, if anyone feels like having some fresh ASCII bacon or possibly some fried eggs. It's a great thing. I'm on every week, sometimes multiple times a week, as a live coder on Twitch. I'm a Telerik champion, which I was awarded earlier this year. I'm a member of the board at SweetHug, solo contractor, and I am an expert at not finishing what I start. I start tons of projects and then they kind of just fall off to the wayside. If you want an example of that, check my GitHub. So, SPAs. What does Google see? That's a big question. Google can see nothing, more or less. Google will run some scripts, but not all of them. It doesn't run WASM at all, unfortunately. But yeah, it can run some scripts, but in general, if you start doing REST calls, you're more or less screwed. What you can do when it visits a page, you can, if you're running on the server, Blazor server, you can modify the title and the meta description because that goes on the first call into the DOM and updates it. Problem here is that no one cares about the meta description when you're working with SEO and being able to be found. It helps you decide what your search result looks like, but it won't help you get found based on search queries. Way back when, we could use meta keywords and meta descriptions, but then some people started being bad people. And bad people make it so we can't have nice things anymore. So we have a couple of options for static if we disregard SPAs, because we want SEO. SEO good. So you can hack your own. That means manually creating all the HTML pages. You need to make sure that when you add something new to a page or add a new page, you update everywhere where that's referenced. If you change the description or a short or a blurb or whatever you want to call it, you have to go into everywhere where that post is listed and update that. It is not a fun process. Static site generators, on the other hand, they're definitely a better option, but they use different data files for content. And I'd like to see someone give a marketing department a markdown document and tell them to fill that out, or give them a JSON file or an XML file or whatever kind of format you want. A lot of people like YAML. I don't think I've seen anyone do a static site generator using YAML, but now that I said it, there's probably one on the way. On the plus side, it does all the building of pages, lists. It constructs the page like a total package and make sure that everything is it's called atomic. Now that you have data consistency, right? You change the title, it changes in listings as well. As I said, it requires you to write some kind of code, and that would be for the editors, because that's the people who actually use it. We can build really fancy stuff, and we could just as well do that in pure HTML. But at some point, for 90% of the stuff that's not a personal web page, someone else will have to come in and change the content. And this isn't a good option then. However, we can do a dynamic system, a full CMS system. You can pick, I have a couple of examples here, Umbraco, WordPress, SiteVision, yeah, you name it. You can use pretty much anything you know or want. Use the full system, host it somewhere. Put it, I don't know, local machine, home lab, set up a scheduled task, crawl it, upload the result, and go with that. So with that said, this is going quite quickly. Let's have a quick look at some code. So first of all, we look here. We've seen this view a couple of times today. If we scroll down, you might notice this thing here. It says custom. Everyone so far has been talking about this and this and this and this and everything. Or they've been talking about static site generators. We also have this. That's pure HTML. So if we have a look here, I'm going to run this application real quick. And it's just going to be a really simple web page, right? I hope, if it starts. Where did you go? Let's use .NET Watch instead. Jump up here, .NET Watch. We're building, everything is up to date. And we have my personal web page. This is Blazor, because I like Blazor. It's a nice way of working. So we have some posts. They're not very interesting at the moment. Some data, you know, a normal website, right? This site has an admin interface, which is also extremely simple. So we have a new post, during demo. You can add a slug, probably demo post. And let's add some content. This is a short post I'm showing during a SWA demo. Let's save that. And this page on the admin side is very not done. But yeah, we have a new post during demo here, which we can jump in and read. Doesn't contain a whole lot of stuff. We can move to previous and previous and the next. Just jump around, look at things. So that's fairly simple, right? And I shouldn't have closed that. So let's run .NET Watch again. Now there's a tiny little tool called vget, which is an open source tool to get web pages, more or less. It gets websites and downloads the content. So if I just open this folder, let's go in there. Let's go to bin. Let's go to debug. Let's go to net 8.0. So we have a website here, right? and that's the one that's running. Let's jump out to here. Let's create a temporary directory. Now, here's a thing that I need to do because I'm on Windows, and we will cover that in just a moment. But I need to jump into here and grab the exe for this. Generally, you don't want to do that. But this is a demo, and I'll go over why I have that as a separate exe in a moment. We can do bget. And we'll go over some switches on this, some arguments. So we have -r. -r tells it to do this recursively, follow links. Otherwise, I can actually run this without that. I just need the URL. Let's grab that, post that. And I need a // and I believe an exe. No, first of all, I need cd temp. Let's do just a website. There, bang. Very fast, right? So you just dumped an index.html file in here. And if we have a look at that page, let's jump out a step into temp. This doesn't look very interesting, but if you know HTML, you might realize what's going on. We got the index. We got no styles, no images, no nothing. So let's add a flag to do this recursively. bget.exe -r and the URL. And I still need that. Bang. Now it went in and got everything that links to. So we got a folder now as well. So we got HTML here, we got framework, got in, we got data, which means that if we visit this page, we get the exact same thing. And why is that? Well, if we have a quick look in the console, you can see that I'm getting a whole bunch of 404s on all of these. And the reason for that is that this uses absolute URLs. And that means you can't browse it locally. I will open up the head. As you can see, it uses URLs based on the root. Right now, that would be j:. So this doesn't work, but we can see that all of the files exist here. We have the styles that are compiled. We have the separate style. We have images. It looks like it might be all right. And apparently it jumped back to the start. No, we're there. Let's have a look at some code. So we want to host this because we don't want to have to run it in debug mode every single time that we want to access it, right? So we have a couple of options. We can host it on a workstation. Just hit F5, run it, run the tool, you're done. But you won't get any scheduling, but it can't get any simpler at all. It's free. Just go. If you have a home lab, you can use that. But first of all, that requires a home lab. That requires you knowing how to set this up. It's free-ish. I mean, the home lab isn't free, but it's complicated. But there is another quite good option. Heard of this? It's the full fat app service that we're not talking about today. The thing is that a free app service is, calling it slow would be an understatement. It is very slow, especially when you try to hit it with any kind of load. But we don't need to care about that. We're running a crawler, right? If it takes a while for it to run, doesn't matter. We want to get HTML out so we can upload that to our SWA. So you set it up. You make sure that when you do the code updates, You push that up to your app service, and you run it. You can put it, you can put your data anywhere. I would put it in blob storage or in Cosmos, but it doesn't matter. Same thing here. The example I have uses file storage, and it preloads every single post in the entire application and then keeps those cached. So what does it matter? How many megabytes do you think my posts are going to be? And if I have them loaded already, that doesn't matter either. If I'm getting 1,000 hits and I'm hitting the file system every single time and loading every file just to do a search, that's a very bad idea. But here, doesn't matter. Speed doesn't matter. So let's have a look at a small tool, shall we? So here's my little web page. And here is really where you shouldn't do it this way. If you have Blazor, if you're doing Blazor, I'm doing Blazor, there's a really good package you can download that will generate your static HTML when you run it, when you publish the page, right? Down here, we have a renderer. So if we jump in there, so you have the folder, the target URL for the site, a couple of stage folder, I get repo folder. Yeah. So what we're going to do first is we're going to prepare our folders. First, we're going to make sure that we can get the source URL so we know that the web server is up. We're going to make sure that our target folder is gone. And the reason that we do a delete and then a create is to make sure that it's 100% empty, right? We don't want any data in there when we start. We're going to run vget, and we're going to use a couple of switches on this. So we'll have recursive, just like we did before. We don't want a max depth. Normally, I think it's 4 or 5 levels in, and then it'll stop. We want the entire site, right? Doesn't matter if it's hundreds of category pages or old post pages in. We want everything. If we have files in our stage directory, only download the new ones. And this one is a bit weird, but I will show you why we want that. If we have a look here, I'll delete the index page here because that was from the first test. You see here, so it creates a folder for the site. We don't want that. Instead, we're running it in the target folder as the working directory. So nh here will tell it to not create a source directory. And then we get the source URL. After that, we render the page. Rather, that is rendering the page. So we're downloading everything. This you run on a schedule. It allows you to do timed releases. If I have a published at some later date entry, by running this daily, I will post it on that date because it'll update on my dynamic site. It's not easy to do locally because that requires you to have your local computer on and having the application on. That's why it's a good idea to either have it in the home lab, which is what I'm doing, or putting it on Azure Web Apps or App Service. You can then use an Azure function, which runs on a timer, or you can use a cron job inside of a Docker container or the task scheduler on a server, like a Windows server. There are tons of options here. And that was the wrong button. There. Actually, now that we're here, let's jump back here. Let's jump on over to the code again. So we have our site. That's not the one we want, and that's not the one we want. So we have new post during demo there. That was my test. So if we have a look here, this is the live test, but the website, right? So we open this. You can see that that doesn't exist here. So we have a difference in the websites. So let's have a look at this application. Let's just go in, right-click, debug, start new instance. That's how long it takes. We are now on GitHub because I want GitHub to be my my history. I want to be able to go back there, see what did I do previously. I can push this to a private GitHub repo. At the moment, it's public. It's going to be private later. But this generated all of the posts, all of the data that we needed, and it pushed it to GitHub. And what do you think happens once we hit GitHub? Well, we jump on over to the tool in here. We have stage. This is where we're pushing our rendering to. The next step, or sorry, a couple of steps in, because we're going to cover a few more, do a publish. So we clean our Git folder. This is a helper because it actually does a couple of weird things. It leaves git ignore and Git folders and GitHub folders and stuff like that. But it deletes all of the data files, right? It copies the contents from stage over there, and it does a git add. That applies all the changes. Does a commit, does a push. Again, don't do it this way, please. Use the CLI, use the APIs that are available. I don't want this to be .NET specific, not the tool that I'm doing here, and also not the site. So this should be very generic. You could do this entire thing using a PowerShell script. I have a couple of people who would 100% be doing this in a PowerShell script. Start website, do a crawl, make it happen, right? So now we are uploaded. Let's see if this has updated yet. Oh, we've got a new post during demo. So that's how long that took. And we still have the functionality. We can jump back and forth. We have a page that's not linked in right now, though. So if we have a look at, I think it's just blog is the endpoint. If I go to the same page here, see how this works, but this doesn't. So what's the big difference here? Well, here it goes straight to the web application. Over here, tries to find the file. Does that file exist? Go to stage. There's no blog folder here. That's because that page specifically isn't linked from anywhere. And if we have a look at our manual rendering method here, we have syshelper run process. It's commented out right now, but this is where you'd fix that. You'd add specific pages that are not linked from anywhere. In this case, I mean, the blog folder or the blog page, which is the listing page, will be linked to, but right now it isn't, so it isn't picked up. But in the manual rendering, which you should run after running the render itself, I mean, do the manual things. Fix up your robots. Stuff like that. So let's see, now we're going to head back here. So how about re-adding dynamic to your static? What do I mean by that? So you have a dynamic web page, in this case built using Blazor, and we want to add dynamic content to that on static web apps. How do we do that? What am I even talking about? Well, you saw search results there, for example. Maybe we want to add a search to this personal site. Maybe we want to add a comment field. Maybe we want to build our own visit counter or whatever. In this case, Blazor has a really nice feature called render mode. So the site itself that we're just looking at is rendered with static page rendering. Can't even remember the name. Let's have a look, see if I can find it. Let's go to app right there. No, that's not it. Let's go to roots. Yeah, notice what's missing. There's no render mode here. Without the render mode, it runs using static site rendering. So it creates the HTML. It's just like any other engine. Could have done this using eraser pages. But I want to keep everything in Blazor. But by adding, since we can mix render modes now, I can add components with the WebAssembly render mode. You can't use server, obviously, since we won't have a server. But WebAssembly will run on the client, not for Google, not for any search engine, but for our user. And I don't think we need our search results or our comments or our page view counters or whatever to be indexed by Google, right? You can find all those pages some other way. So we use Blazor, and we re-add that, or we use Angular or TypeScript or React or plain old JavaScript. Just script it yourself. It delivers the scripts. You can run them at runtime. But then it doesn't work because we're not running the scripts, right? What Blazor does when it runs is it reads one file, one JavaScript file. That file, in turn, when it runs, reads and loads a whole bunch of other files. Those won't come on over because vget doesn't see them. So we have a couple of files that are missing. We have our framework folder. We have favicons, robots, sitemap, most probably. So what do we want to do then? Well, let's jump on over here. So we created our robots here, and we downloaded our search results manually. So here, you would also download, for example, everything from, no, I can't do it there, never mind. Down here in post-process though, right now I'm building a sitemap here. I'm listing the files in my target folder, which would be my stage. I'm searching all the directories. I'm doing it recursively. And I'm building a sitemap from them. It's as simple as that, really. I save them with a normal format, post a URL set, and push up the sitemap. Here, I can also go in, copy over the entire framework folder, which contains all of the Blazor files, all of the .NET specific things, and just add that. The reason I can't do this directly from the web server, though, is that Blazor adds a nonce to all the file names, just to make sure that they're always updated when you recompile and rebuild. I haven't been able to crack that yet. I haven't figured out how the nonce works. So I just copy the entire folder over. But that means that I have my framework folder. That means that I have my WebAssembly logic. And I can run that. That was the wrong button. There we go. So I have my robots file. I have my framework file. I have everything, which means I can run dynamic content on there. So this was the post-processing. We handled the missing files. We build up a sitemap. We take all our scripts, style sheets. We do post-processing on that. You know, the good old minifier, right? Push everything together into maybe a single CSS file. can compress images. We can do pretty much everything that we want here. And that's it, unfortunately. This was fairly quick. So this is where you can find me at the moment. I'm on Twitch every week, sometimes multiple times a week. I'm on GitHub. I'm on X. I'm on LinkedIn. And I try to be around answering questions whenever people have them. And if anyone actually wants to look at this code, I can definitely upload it, share it, wherever. Again, do not do it this way. This is a bit of a, guide on how to do it 100% manually. But yeah, that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I said there's stuff in there that I thought was okay. That sounds bad. It sounded better in my head. So there's stuff in there that I found really interesting. Not there's stuff in there that I found really interesting, but there's stuff in there that I found extra interesting. That sounds better. Taking the dynamic out, that I was expecting you to do, but then putting the dynamic back at the end, so the search functionality and things like that still work. That is cool.
Yeah, and it just works. I mean, you remove everything that the search engines won't be able to find. So you add that as static, but I mean, you don't want to index the search results.
No.
So you can always re-add that logic. We have to remember that you need to copy over the files that you want to have there as well, right? Because when you run the WASM, the WebAssembly, that can't do any advanced logic really. So that should point over to a URL somehow, which will also do the logic, call down into a Azure function or an external API or wherever, and then running from there.
I really love that flow. It's it's something that I need to look at for my website. Oh, by the way, I hope this sounds okay. I was getting frustrated and strangled from all of the cables, and I was in a little bit of pain from my ears, so I had to switch back to the trusty cat's ears and the other microphone.
Sounds fine.
Awesome. That's good to hear. Changing it on the fly is always fun. But yeah, my blog is hosted in WASM on a static web app. And I knew before I started, not good for SEO.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dukasov. It sounds good. The setup does work sometimes. But I decided to do it that way anyway, just because I was really launching it more to play with Blazor than I was to do anything that I was expecting to get lots of hits on Google.
Yeah.
But I think this...
when you do it, because I know that you use Medium as your data source as well.
Dev.2.
Oh, Dev.2, yeah. But you run into the canonical issue there.
You can
because the content is available in two places.
Yeah.
And that will hit your SEO score as well.
You can fix that in Dev.2. You can set the canonical URL to be, you can point it to whichever one you want to be leading.
Gotcha.
So that one should kind of be okay. Yeah. But it was
more the Medium. I know that Medium does not allow you to do that.
Oh.
They want to be the authority.
Right. Yeah. Dev.2 is nicer than that, thankfully.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd never considered this way of doing it. I ran a few things and kind of hit issues with it in the past, and it's something I need to pick up again. But I'm going to be looking at this to see what I can do to pick it up and use this. And there was a few things that I was thinking of as we went through. We got one question in the chat that I'm going to get to in a second. You say that you could do all of this with a PowerShell script.
Yes.
And something I was wondering, rather than doing this and committing it to a GitHub repo, I don't know if it's better or worse. I'm just wondering if it's possible, because that's what we do as developers. We try and figure out what's impossible. Yep. Could you just do all of this inside the pipeline and then just deploy directly from the pipeline rather than porting it
100%. 100%. I mean, we have the CLI tools if nothing else. We can call those directly from our application or from our script or our bash script or PowerShell or whatever you want to run. Or there are also APIs. Azure has a really good track record. I'm not exactly sure about SWAs, but previously all new features from, I think, the last 10 years or something has been API, CLI, GUI in that order. So you could always access new features via the API first.
SWA broke that mold a little bit, but it's there now.
Yeah. So you could use the APIs to push this up to Static Web Apps. I put it on GitHub because I want the changelog on there.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So I can always, oh crap, something happened. I can always just go back, push a new one up from there because the actual deploy script is in my GitHub workflow.
Yeah. Easy fallback is always a good one.
Exactly.
Okay, then the question that we had is from Full Snable.
Yeah.
Why are your app services slow? You said in the beginning of the talk, you can use a free app service for this. It's really slow, but...
The keyword there is free. You get those 60 minutes of compute a day, I think. But that is slow compute. I have tried doing advanced stuff on app service on the free tier, and it's slightly painful.
Yeah.
If you want to run a dynamic site and just skip SWA at all, maybe for a blog it'll work. But if you do anything more advanced, you will quickly run into, a big, what's the word? Yeah, you'll be bogged down very quickly. But when you're doing a crawl, it doesn't matter. And since you're doing it yourself, it won't affect your scores or anything. It'll be once Google sees it or a search engine sees it, it'll be snappy.
Yeah, that's just going to be the HTML inside of the static web app.
Yeah, exactly. So if a browse or a crawl takes an hour, doesn't matter. I think you'll have issues running an Azure function to crawl it for an hour. That might be an entirely different problem, but it's doable.
It's doable.
And as I said, in my case, I'm hosting it on my home lab, but not everyone has a home lab. So.
Yeah, I think the app service is a nice second option to use there. And like I say, the free one, you do only get that 60 minutes of commute. It's not the fastest. And I think that's the reason why using something like Blazor directly, because I love the idea of using Blazor as of .NET 8, where you have the pre-rendering, the server-side interaction, and then the client-side interaction. So it goes from fastest to slowest, and you get that instant response for your users.
Yeah, absolutely.
But to run that on a production app service, I believe the V3P0s, that's about the cheapest you can get for a production level app service, and they're like €50 a month.
Yeah.
Which is...
as soon as I think there's a dev test level that you're actually allowed to use for production. That's about €20, I think.
Okay.
But you don't want to run that in production, is my experience. If you want to have a site on app services that is fast, you want to be on the €50 or €60 tier.
Yeah. And, let's face it, looking at my background, €50 or €60 a month, that seriously eats into your Lego budget.
Oh, yeah. It's like one kid a month, maybe half a kid. Yeah.
So it's like,
it adds up.
Using it from the static web apps.
I can afford €50. That's not the issue. The issue is that's €600 a year.
Yeah.
And we're trying to talk about free options right now.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. And the last thing that I wanted to ask you is, you were using some command line tools and things like that. Do you have any links or anything like that we can throw into the chat so that people can
I just remembered a thing that is fairly good here. I had to use the wget tool, right? I had to have the exe.
Yep.
That's because I'm on Windows.
Oh.
On Linux, it's bundled. So
I'm not opening up a terminal right now at all.
Yeah. No, not at all. If I think it's bundled at least, or you can just apt-get it, and then it's on your.
Yes. Do you know the really cool one?
What?
If you run this as a Linux workload under the WSL, you have it available.
Yeah. Yep. And if you're a Windows person like me, it's also available in Docker.
Right.
So you could run this entire deploy script in a Docker image, which you can then call from, for example, your Azure DevOps or whatever. So you can upload, or GitHub, you can upload your posts.
Yeah.
Your post files in my case, because it's on the file system, as I said. I can upload that to a private repo on GitHub.
Yep.
That will trigger a workflow that will run the site, crawl the site, push it up to SWA. So I don't need to run the tool locally, but you do want to schedule it as well, just to be able to run this and get updates.
Yeah,
because if I
absolutely.
set, you're not supposed to update in 3 days.
Yeah.
Then I can't just forget it if I run it that way. But again, you can run a Docker image.
Yes, I've just got to run it. Interrupt you here because the chat's been awesome right now. Yeah. First of all, from Fuel Snowball, I thought that Google fixed all SEO just by taking all the traffic for themselves now.
Yeah, they're just showing that little blurb up there with like, this is what I found, and that was on a page somewhere, but that's still doesn't work because they can't see you.
Oh, yeah. If slow, throw money.
Yeah, that's absolutely a way of doing it. It works.
Yeah, absolutely. And one line's feeling pretty slow right now, so they're open to have money thrown at them. That works too.
One line is a wonderful human being, or a lion, one of them.
And then lastly, because I just quite this one, I can't afford computers that run Docker, but that's what Pis are for.
Exactly, and that could be your home lab. You can build a small home lab on a Pi. Or in my case, I think I have 5 of them lying around. Because you can never find one of your Pis when you need a Pi. So you buy a new Pi and you find the old Pi.
Build more Pis.
Yeah.
And yes.
We have our friend here. Exactly. I was just going to say that. A dear friend of us, or ours, built a cluster of Pis.
Yeah.
And he's right here.
And Dukesoft, they ate their pie.
Yeah.
Which, it being Halloween, I should really have some pumpkin pie here and I should be eating it.
Yeah. I don't like pumpkin pie. I'm a horrible human being.
It's Halloween, you don't have a choice.
True.
And Nedborg, love Eric. It was a really cool talk.
Thank you. I need to slow it down a bit, I think. But it's the first time I did it, so...
Yeah. It's always fun trying out new talks, but I think the thing that I just love is what we were talking about earlier. Mm-hmm. It's taking something, just seeing what you can throw at it, using it not necessarily in the way that it's designed to be used, both with injecting your Blazor into your static site and getting your static content out there and just seeing what you can do. And I just think that's nicely inspirational for people to think, wow, okay, what can I do then? And go out and try stuff for themselves.
Yeah. And I mean, you mentioned that was one of those, cool things. The fact that you can add dynamic content back.
Yeah.
And in this case, I could use Blazor to render my site. And then I could use Angular to do the search feature.
Yes.
Right? There's no limitation there. I love the fact that I can just use the same component structure, just set the render mode on something, and then hands off.
I just had a thought. So the other talk I've got to write soon, and one of the things I've been working on at work, you could make a web component using Angular or Vue or something like that, and you could put that on your page.
Definitely.
And then you don't need any frameworks or anything. You just need to load that one JavaScript. And then you just put a tag on your page and do it.
Yeah.
This is nice. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have anywhere near enough time to play with this, I could see me playing for hours doing this.
Yeah. But you know, the driver of innovation is boredom.
Yes. Unfortunately, I don't have that issue right now.
No.
Hopefully, at some point, it's going to come back. Right now, it's I might be 2 chapters behind on my book, so this weekend might be taking care of writing.
Yeah, you can do it. I believe in you.
Thank you. And that was an awesome talk. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I guess on that note, we are going to take another 10-minute break or so. Coming up to our last session of the day. I've had so much fun today. This has been... When I first started talking to Jessica about this before the summer, I didn't know what it was going to be, but I have just enjoyed it so much. It's been wonderful. And we're going to close with the amazing C# Fritz talking to us about his experiences running Kliptok. So be back here, 8 o'clock Central European time.
You just watched how not to do things. Now we're going into a person explaining how to do things.
So, hang around for that. Be back, I say, in 10-15 minutes. And Jeff's going to give us an awesome session to end the day. And we'll see you all then.
See you all soon. Bye.
And here we are. It's the final session of the day.
Yeah.
So finally at 8, Jeffrey appears with tales of Kliptok and conquering fears. From Twitch's depths, his app took flight. A journey through code and into the night.
Oh man!
Hello, Jeff.
Hello. How do I top that? Holy crow! That was great.
I just wish I could say that I wrote it myself.
Ah.
It's all in the presentation, Stacey.
Can you tell that I really wanted to be an actor but never quite managed to get into it?
So, what I've learned in my career is don't say no to something. There's always opportunities later in life. There's folks that have gotten into acting and music and writing and development later in life. You never know. There's
You never
always
know.
opportunities.
Don't tell her to leave tech, Jeff.
I can do both.
Yeah, both is good.
Sure.
Both is
What do
good.
you think streaming is? Half of streaming is acting and telling stories. Yes.
Absolutely. It's like my first talk that I ever did on stage, it's rated back in 2019. It was telling a story, and it was basically a monologue.
And I'm going to be doing a bit of that with this session. I've got 60 some slides that we're going to go through and talk about. Yeah. Kliptok. What an application.
It was awesome.
Don't give away the end. Stace, you just walked into the movie Titanic and said, "Man, I hate icebergs." Let me tell you, icebergs.
And on that note, I'll let you take it away.
I watched tons of the development of Kliptok, though, and that was awesome content.
Yes.
So I'd like to know even more.
All right,
Yes.
let's talk
So
a little
let's
bit
do
about
this.
this. Yeah, there we go. So I have some slides to share. Thank you. There we go. So thank you so much, Stace and Eric, for getting me set up here and asking me to join and talk about my journey through and talking about an application that we built live on stream called Kliptok. You know what? I think I may have done something. You know what? I need to stop and reshare my screen because I need to share some audio. I have a video in here that I forgot about. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, let me reshare my screen. Thank you so much, friends. Appreciate your patience. Yes, also share system audio. And there we go. Good. All right. And let's see how this goes and see if I don't screw it up too much. You'd think I've never live streamed before. Thank you, Saber. So I'll be, of course, watching chat and answering because I do a little thing called live coding. My name is Jeff Fritz. You may have seen me on the YouTubes, on the Twitch. You can find me on the GitHub, Twitter. Can we still call it Twitter or X? I'm in all the places. I'm C# Fritz out there. But I do a little thing here. Why didn't that update? It's so much fun when things don't work the way you expect them to. You know? We're going to have to stop and restart the slideshow. That's wonderful. No, it's not advancing my slideshow. 1 second, I'm sorry. I had everything all set up. All the best laid plans suddenly stopped working. My apologies. Let's do this one more time. There, it's not doing my presenter view and advancing. Fine. We'll do it this way. So I do a little thing called live coding. So I'm a host, typically on camera, writing software, answering questions, interacting with viewers, so folks like you out there. And it's HGTV, right? It's Home and Gardens Television, but for geeks. Right, that's kind of the thing we do, and it works out, and it's a lot of fun, and I really enjoy sharing that and having that good time with folks as we're building and talking about software together. Let me try that one more time here. Is it going to give me my presenter view? No, even though I've told this use presenter view, you're not going to do it. Really, PowerPoint? Really? You're going to be this difficult? Last chance. Hey, there it goes. All right. All right. I think we're in a better place now. So I present, and you can find me. I mentioned C# Fritz. You can find me on Twitch TV/C# Fritz. I've been streaming there since November 2017. I've been broadcasting there literally 2 or more times a week for years now. Right? We're coming up on is it 7 years? 7 years coming up here. I became a Twitch affiliate in January 2018. I became a Twitch partner in February 2019. If those don't mean anything to you, don't worry about it. It just means that Twitch thinks I'm pretty okay at broadcasting over there. Right now we have about 23,000 followers, and we average a little bit more than 100 concurrent viewers on every stream. So we've got a pretty good group that comes through and watches every one of my streams. Now, I'd been streaming for some time, and in 2020, we got an idea. We got an idea, and when you build things live on stream, what's important is that you have a good idea for something that either you're going to build and finish all in one stream, or it's going to be that long-term project that folks tune in to watch and experience it growing. And when I build things live on my stream, I want to make sure that they're things that you can reach out and touch. Okay? More than just watching this face yap at you, I want you to be able to actually touch the software. Go out there, go to a website, take a look at the source code somewhere, and interact with it. So we had an idea. I wanted a long-running development project so that you could see a real website running and be able to use and connect with my stream and other content. Now, I had heard from folks in 2020 saying, Blazor, it's not really supported by Microsoft. No one has a cool website that uses it. Microsoft doesn't even build their own websites with Blazor. So, gosh, it's not real. It's not important. It's not something that they're actually investing in. Like, no, that's very much all not true. So I wanted to be able to address that by putting something out there that used Blazor. I also wanted folks to be able to start to discover Twitch clips. Twitch clips are a way for you to grab a minute, maybe 2 minutes worth of content and isolate it and create that little highlight that you can share. Send it over to your friends and you have a good laugh, you enjoy, maybe you learn something from it. But to grab that highlight and be able to share that. And TikTok was becoming a big thing. I wanted folks to be able to share clips that same way that they do on TikTok. And I also heard this. I don't know anyone using Microsoft Azure to build something cool for the web. Nobody uses Azure. Everybody uses this service or that service or even the other one over here. And who uses Azure? So I wanted to do a little bit of myth busting and do all of these things with an application that folks could latch on to and see and observe and point to and say, hey, here's something that's fun and cool, built with Blazor, runs on Azure, and it helps me find some of the cool stuff that I like to watch on Twitch. So, yeah, nobody uses Azure for cool stuff. All the cool kids go to some other service over here. I don't know about it. So here, I wanted to bring together Azure, put things on GitHub, bring in a little bit of Blazor, and do it all on Twitch. And that's what became Kliptok. So we're going to pull all of those development tools together, and we want to have some social fun with videos. So I took a 12-hour stream on my 3-year stream anniversary. It was November 2020, my 3-year stream anniversary, and we started working on the initial concepts for Kliptok. And I happen to have a clip I've just announced this morning called Kliptok that is going to make Twitch clips available in a TikTok-like interaction. Yeah. And we're using Blazor to allow you to do that interaction and have a very rich experience there. I just did a reload and it found that. That's right. I did a reload and it found it. Look, this was the first episode. You can see I still had 9.5 more hours broadcasting. I set up for a 12-hour broadcast. Here we are, 2.5 hours in, and I've got an initial title bar. I've got it presenting some clips, and making them visible for folks to visit. These were all hard-coded links at that time, and we were able to get folks to interact with and see a website that presents Twitch clips.
I've just
Yeah, I know we heard that part, Jeff. So we started building on Azure, and we used Blazor WebAssembly with Azure Static Websites. You might have heard a little bit about Azure Static Websites in the rest of the event here today. I don't know. And what was important here was this was a system that had a community feel. It was being developed live on a stream. You could tune in a couple times a week and find me working on it. It was built on stream by a streamer for other streamers. So very community connected tool that would allow folks to work with Twitch. This tool, we designed it and set up so it would synchronize with various channels that were chosen and make clips easy for anyone to discover. We didn't want to edit clips. We just wanted to discover what was already published and out there and make those visible for you. And at this time in November 2020, we had 5 clips that we chose. We hard-coded into a JSON file, and that's what we used for this initial load when we presented and showed it. You don't know what qualifies as cool, says Fuel Snable? Well, what do you see? I think we did some very cool stuff with this application. So what were our initial tech choices? And when you do a minimum viable product, and that first step in and say, hey, is this possible? Can we do something with this? Well, we started with Azure Static Websites. It was in preview state at that point, so I could use it for free. Blazor WebAssembly, I already knew a bit about, so it worked on Azure Static Websites, so we could do that. Additionally, I set up some Azure functions that would run next to it as another Azure function application to help synchronize data. So we would have the API that ran as functions with our static website that would allow us to retrieve and search through our data store, and we'd have another set of Azure functions out there that would update and synchronize data from Twitch. Initially, I decided to save data in Azure Table Storage using Azure Queues and blobs. Azure Storage is very, very, very reliable, so let's use those. We could render JSON inside those blobs, so we can cache and load them inside of our Blazor application by just saying, go request the blob that's fixed, it's sitting on disk, and it has all the information for that thing. It gets cached aggressively. We don't have to worry about querying and looking for things. It's just a JSON file, and serving it out of Azure Blob Storage, very, very quick, very, very reliable. We wanted to use Azure Front Door and use an app service because we know that Blazor WebAssembly at the time didn't have pre-rendering. So when the search engines came through, they wouldn't see the content that Blazor WebAssembly would render. That's a problem. So how do we get around that? Well, we stood up an app service that sat next to it that had a torn down version of those same Blazor pages running in ASP.NET Razor pages that it would paint and show things at the same address. And Azure Front Door would detect that it was a bot that was connecting in. And if a bot, whether it was from Twitter going to present content about something that was shared, or Facebook or LinkedIn, or maybe it was the Google bot or Bing bot coming through to do search engine indexing, they would be rerouted over to the fake service and get the information that was served up in clear text and heavily output cache, so that we didn't have to worry about the interactions that were happening that we wanted for our rich interactive WebAssembly website. So really, really cool stuff to separate that and make it easier to deliver for the bots that don't care about styling so much. You know what I mean? We also decided let's use Blazor with WebAssembly as a progressive web app to support a mobile interaction. So you could bookmark the Kliptok website and it would cache some of that information locally, and you'd be able to get a rich interactive application running with WebAssembly on a phone, a tablet, and just connecting back to get only the data they need, just the way that Azure Static Websites should be running with those functions that have the HTTP triggers. So let's talk about that initial architecture. Let's put up a graphic here. Look at that. Fritz does graphics, and they're all in purple and yellow. All right. So look, the Azure Static website is over here on the left, and we had that back-end API, right? We know our functions live inside there, and I had the Kliptok client project. That's where my WebAssembly was running, okay? So the WebAssembly is running on the bottom, the functions up there, and that was the Azure Static website that I initially created. It would query and load data out of table storage, and I had a series of other functions out there that ran in a project that I called Kliptok Back Office, and there were many functions that ran over there. As Back Office would run, it would save clips for a channel into a blob and save it in JSON format and save that out into blob storage. Simple architecture, and for the first few months as we're building that minimum viable product, not bad, right? And a lot of folks watched and saw those first couple streams as I was building and ideating, as I was designing the initial concepts for the Kliptok application. But then we ran into this problem. We hard-coded the first 5 clips. How do we start synchronizing data from Twitch? How do we start getting new data from Twitch, new clips as they're being created? Well, we decided that we wanted to keep the clip video on Twitch. We saw other folks that were downloading clip videos. There were a handful of other services that were trying to do something similar to what Kliptok was doing, but they were actually downloading, reformatting, and putting watermarks and other things onto the videos that were coming off of Twitch. Storing video is big and expensive. I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to index and get people back to Twitch to see those videos to help with discovery. So by not so much downloading video, but download just the metadata about it. Here's where it's located. Here's the name of it. Here's when it was created. Here's who created it, the channel it's from, and so on and so forth. It would force video views back to Twitch. So even though you were watching the video on Kliptok, you were actually watching the Twitch clip embedded viewer. Great. This means also that if the clip is withdrawn from Twitch for copyright reasons or any other legal concerns, it was automatically withdrawn from Kliptok. It automatically, even though Kliptok had a record for it, when Kliptok would go and try and present it and saw that it would get an error coming back, we could send a message back down into the back office and it would automatically clean up that record. Fantastic. So we wrote a very simple process that would run in that back office. Go and detect new clips, add them to the clips table, and publish notifications to go and rebuild those channel JSON files. So that started to work, but we can't receive notices from Twitch when new clips are created. Twitch doesn't have a webhook or a notification that they send out as clips happen. Okay. So the first hack that we had to put together was, let's search Twitch for new clips for the channels that we know and we're indexing and we're interacting with. And we know the last time we searched. So let's do a search and we can use that timestamp to go look and determine, hey, what's been created since then? And we'd go load that up and add those additional clips to the data store. When we search one channel at a time, we hit an API that looked like this. Get API Twitch TV, Helix, Clips, the broadcaster ID, C# Fritz, and we could run up to 80,000 queries a minute. That's a lot. 80,000 queries a minute. No, it's not. When in the scope of how big Twitch is or how big YouTube is, 80,000 queries isn't a lot. That's pretty fast, but it's not a lot. We know that most clips are created while streams are live. So we could scale that down. We can search Twitch for live streams and identify how many streams are live of the ones that we know. Of those, let's go of the ones that are live that we are indexing, let's identify 100 at a time and search those to see if there's new clips. So for the first 100 channels on the site, we searched in the first query, how many channels are live? Maybe it's 20. And then in the next 20 queries that we run, because we've got 80,000 queries we can run for each channel, do you have any new clips? This meant then that we weren't searching for all of the channels that we knew about. And at the start, we only knew about 3 or 4 channels, but it would quickly grow. We also learned that while we were doing this channel querying and loading, don't save that data while you're syncing. Don't do that, because then you're waiting for the database, and then you're going to run into contention because you have multiple Azure functions that are querying and loading and syncing and want to send data back. So what we did was we started looking at how that slowed down the process. And instead, we published the clip data into an Azure queue. And using queue storage, that meant we could have another Azure function on the other side in back office with a queue trigger, detects that there's an entry, go grab that entry and save to the database. So we could throttle how quickly things were being saved to the database. Or we could see the queue trigger ran, go grab a bunch of messages, process all of them, and as one batch, commit to the database. So we had options that we could use to grow that. The final question that we had in November was, do I make this open source or not? And I'm a very community-focused person, and I was going to be building this live on stream, which meant that it was going to be, at the very least, source open. And I wanted to make sure that folks could see and learn from the techniques I was using, building and working with Azure Static Web Apps, using Blazor, and let that grow and see what we could do to make this also a teaching experience. However, there's a number of other folks that were out there building Twitch clip services. If Kliptok's successful, I don't want other folks to have access to the source code and be able to start running with it. Additionally, the way that Kliptok syncs then and loads from Twitch, you can easily exploit that to knock down Twitch, to literally turn up the throttles that I put in to limit the number of queries and have it query and load all the data all the time. So I wanted to be a good internet citizen and not let that happen. So we worked on that, and we tuned and added these features, and we got through to January 2021. And at this point, we had 20,000 clips. 20,000 clips! Are you kidding? Oh! And at this point, Kliptok started to show some goals, started to meet some of these new features. And I started to go around and talk to some of my colleagues about Azure, about Blazor, about working with .NET. And we started to see that it became a great vehicle to explore new Microsoft Azure features. It gave me a way to provide feedback to the Azure teams about their services. I spoke at length with folks on the Azure Static Websites team and the Azure Functions team about how those features worked and how we could interact with them and allow a high volume website that I thought Kliptok would turn into, allow it to work with those features better. We also saw that Kliptok became a way for us to promote Blazor WebAssembly with a large data set. 20,000 clips that you're searching through and presenting and able to see all this content. and it was starting to feel like a social media site, and it was built with Blazor WebAssembly. Really cool stuff that was just starting to crawl. It was just starting to grow. Well, let me tell you, we then started to see that in February, we had 500,000 clips, 500,000 clips, right? It's only a month later. We've gone from 5 to 20,000 to now 500,000 clips in 3 months. Oh boy, we better be able to search and find clips. Well, Azure Search, Azure Cognitive Search is out there and will help me create an index that can be queried at a RESTful endpoint. And that will allow me to index Azure Tables, Cosmos DB, SQL Server, and I'm using Azure Tables. So I can work with that, and I get 2 gigs of storage for free. You say the word free to me and Azure Services, and I'm on it like a bum on a bologna sandwich. Let's go get it. That sounds great to me. And then I can reuse my Azure table storage that I already had to allow searching channels and clip titles. So to be able to do that type ahead search, you start typing C# and it would autocomplete. Here's the name of the channel. Or I would start typing the name of a clip and it would go find that for me. Great stuff. So my architecture started to grow up. Here I am. This is the way things were at that initial working point in November, December 2020. And we started to add in Azure Search right there. And it made our user interface much more compelling and interesting, because now we can search. We added a search bar up at the top, and you could search for channels. And then we had another screen that you could go to and search for clips and see thumbnails of those clips that you searched for right away. And it started to feel even more like a social media site. And folks wanted to give me feedback. Oh, I like this. I don't like this. I really am looking forward to this feature. So I stood up a feedback site. Just put together a little app service that's running a tool called Fider, Fider. You can find it at getfider.com. I stood up the smallest Postgres database. So this little Go-based application, I stood up, I pointed it at Postgres, and it would allow folks to send us comments. Fantastic. I had someplace to get community feedback that could feed into my workflow, and I could plan and schedule when I would add new features to the website. And at this point, it's March of 2021, and I've hit 1 million clips. Oh boy, 1 million clips. That's a lot. And at this point, I'm still very American centric. And that's something that a lot of folks kind of fall into the trap of in the tech space, being very American centric. And the folks that were watching online said, hey, it'd be great if you could localize some of the content for my language. So we added localization capabilities and started learning how to build resource management, localization, globalization features with Blazor. And we even made an open source repository for folks from all over to submit translations. I don't know how to speak other languages besides English. And even then, I'm American. I don't barely speak English well. You know what I'm saying? So Fider.io, that's where it is now. Okay. So I didn't know it moved. So look, we started collecting and getting submissions of here's translations, and I left it completely open source. Anybody could contribute and tweak and tune and add new languages. And we started adding languages to a dropdown so folks could get the website in their language. We also used a little bit of JavaScript trickery here to identify what language you have your browser set up with and force the culture inside the Blazor application to that language by default. So if you're using a browser that's configured to present in Danish, it will automatically detect and present the content in Danish. You could then override with the drop-down control that we had there and present that in English if you'd like, or what have you, if you preferred a different language. But it would go with what it detected was your initial defaults. We also had some folks that were using Farsi, and we wanted to make sure that we supported right to left presentation of text as well. So we figured out a way to do that, and we wrote a little block of text in here so that right at the top of the website, we had a div, and we used the dir attribute here to look at the Blazor culture that was configured. And if the Blazor culture supported right to left, we outputted the RTL attribute. Easy to do when you think about it and break it down, but having to analyze and go find that was something that was an interesting task that they don't talk too much about in the documentation. So I felt good about that at that point. Now, we started to change tech in April of 2021. We started to see some issues, and we wanted to tune and move things around. So we went from Azure Storage to MySQL. The latency in table storage was just too high. The query time to load and get stuff out of table storage and present it in what's intended to be a very highly interactive website just took too long. The amount of time that I was writing data into those tables, the writes were very expensive. So I didn't want to continue doing that because I started to see some real cost coming down for a website that was only 3 months old, 4 months old. I looked at Cosmos DB, and it wasn't structured the way that I think of my data at this point. And I wasn't using geographic replication. So it wasn't a service that was right for me. So I introduced a repository pattern over top of that table storage at the time, so that I could start to move and migrate to another architecture. And this is where I started to run into the first of my troubles, because I said, you know what? Let's use MySQL. So I took my repository pattern, created MySQL flavored repositories, and swapped those in. We also cleaned up a little bit of the data that was out there, and we reduced the amount of clips that we had. Some bad data that we had out there, we're back down to 500,000 clips. Well, there's several drivers for MySQL with Entity Framework available, and many of them weren't very reliable. So we had to work through that, and eventually we found one that worked, the Pomelo drivers. Azure Functions, though, can scale horizontally as needed. However, hosted MySQL has a limit of 100 connections. Do you see where this is going, friends? I DDoSed my own database. When it would go and scan and load new clips, those queues would fill up and say, oh, we've got all these clips that need to be added to the database. So the Functions app inside of back office would start more instances, and they would go and connect it into the queue storage, pull out the clips that they needed to add, and each one of those instances would set up a connection pool of 10 to 50 connections into MySQL and go try and do their inserts all at the same time. Well, when you have 10 instances of an Azure function, and each one of those instances is setting up between 10 and 500 connections, I couldn't connect to my own database because all of the connection pool was all of the available connections on the database were consumed by the back office processes. Oh, no. We also then realized we don't have any backup nodes. We have one big database. So I introduced a read-only replica. It doubled my initial MySQL costs, and I still needed to use Azure Storage to load the search index. I didn't want to manage setting that up somewhere. So, okay, I can work with that. So I had this architecture where we had Azure Search out there working with table storage, and I started to pull things back, and I dropped in MySQL, and I had an additional table out there that was used for Azure Search. Okay. We're getting somewhere. We've simplified, and we don't have those channel JSON files laying out there on disk to load. But my Azure Static website is chugging along just great. The whole time, I'm not updating and changing architecture there. It's doing the things that I need and keeping the application running. I'm just moving around the deck chairs inside of the Azure Functions for my back office synchronization and the database. That's where my challenges are. And I started to see some costs and some business challenges happening. In April, here I am with 500,000 clips at this point. As I had cleaned up a little bit, I went from an initial starting point coming out of 2020 into 2021 with costs of $0 for free services, and I started getting out to about $200 a month. Oh boy. Okay. All right. I mean, $200 a month is not bad for when you think about a service, but I didn't have a lot of traffic yet. It's something that I can kind of write off as hobby fees, but it's not making Mrs. C# Fritz very happy. So we got to do something about that. And then I accidentally misconfigured App Insights, and a bill came in one month for $4,000. When you see a hosting bill come in for $4,000 because you misconfigured your static website, and instead of it loading a couple meg of data a day, it loaded a terabyte of data. Oops. I went hat in hand to the Azure support folks. I said, I made a mistake here. This should not have loaded all this out here. It's clearly, when you look at the configuration, it's clearly a mistake because the App Insights traffic is flat, and all of a sudden, in the last 2 weeks, there's a giant terabyte-sized spike. They said, we understand, and they refunded my money. But you should have heard how angry Mrs. C# Fritz was. We continued. Yes. So at this point, we reached out, we talked to some folks, and the folks at Progress Software generously offered to sponsor to help cover some of the costs and allow me to use their tools to help present and make development of Kliptok features easier and more interactive for folks to learn about. All right. So I also formed an LLC to manage the costs and risk and get that stuff out of coming from my checking account and put it somewhere else. And then we started talking about adding artificial intelligence. We get into June 2021, and now we've got 3 million clips in the database. And we're feeling good about that MySQL database. But we were able to search the clips for titles. Wouldn't it be great if you could search based on the content of the clip? What was actually said during the clip? Nobody does this. You can't even do this on YouTube. You can't search for something that was said during the clip. If you were to go over to YouTube and search for One Small Step for Man, you're not going to find Neil Armstrong walking on the moon unless it's written in the title or the description. You're not going to find it from the transcript. So what I did was I added transcription services with folks from Assembly AI. So we would transcribe clips as they arrive and store the results inside of a transcription table and run the search index against it. All right. So our architecture with MySQL looked like this. And now we're going to add Assembly AI in. So as back office runs, it's going to find clips and we're going to load out using the Assembly AI service that's out there across the cloud. All right. We're getting somewhere here. Now, we need to update how we're syncing data with Twitch at this point. We're looking at 3 million clips, and we want to do the transcription services. The transcript is going to take a few seconds, easily a few seconds, 5 to 10 seconds, actually. So instead of just putting it into a queue, we need to not just put it into a queue, but we want to save it into the database and do the transcript. So we introduced a service bus. We created a topic called New Clips. So put that clip data inside the New Clips topic, and there were subscriptions that would hang off of it, and one that would save it to the clips table, and another that would generate the transcript and add it into the clips table. Update with a record that says, yes, I have a transcript, and here it is over here in another location, in another table. All right. So let's update our architecture one more time. So now that we're doing that, we need to introduce our service bus. So we added a service bus in. There it is. Back office would reach in and communicate with the service bus, publishing messages, receiving messages, saving into the database, publishing over to Azure Search, getting transcripts from out of Assembly. It's becoming a little bit complicated. And at this point in June of 2021, we're still at about 3 million clips, and the database grew to about 5 gigabytes in size. And Azure Search was approaching 2 gigabytes. Now, at 2 gigabytes, Azure Search goes from free to $75 a month. Or no, I'm sorry. It goes from $75 a month to $250 a month. Okay. Now things are starting to get a little bit dicey when we start talking about that, which also mean we were maintaining that Azure Storage code because Azure Search was loading from Azure Storage. So can we consolidate, improve the quality of that, make it a little bit easier to manage, less moving parts, and save money? So we introduced RavenDB. We started using RavenDB Cloud. It's a NoSQL database built on top of .NET, and it runs on all the cloud providers. It includes the same Lucene-based search running on Azure Search. So, okay. We set up a cluster of 3 RavenDB nodes for the same price as we were paying before, and it allowed us to merge the search, storage, and MySQL services. Plus, we got automatic backups. Fantastic. Now, RavenDB builds and manages indexes differently than we think of relational data. So the relational architecture that we had when we tried to just bring that and load it right into RavenDB, it did not perform well. Was not the way to use it. You want to use more of a NoSQL document-based approach, which meant that Entity Framework was going out the window. Fine, we can rewrite the repository objects again, and we started that process in August of 2021, and we're looking at about 4 million clips. So let's take a look at our architecture. Azure Static Website is chugging along and doing its thing. That API and that WebAssembly perform beautifully. Chef's kiss. But we're going to take all those things in the middle, MySQL, Azure Search, and we're going to take those out and we're going to replace them with RavenDB. And we have architecture version 3. And it took some time to go through and do this revision. And we went through, we worked through it, and we got it working well. We got it working properly and presenting the website, and we rolled that out. In November 2021, it had been several months since we had built new features. We got to build new features, stuff to go on the website, not just make it run fast. So we added a system status dashboard. And it included things like a little column graph here that was built with those Telerik components for Blazor that showed, here's how many clips were transcribed by date. And we upgraded Blazor to .NET 6 from .NET 5. We also added categories and safety warnings to clips. Because we were doing transcripts, the Assembly AI service could give us content warnings. So we could look at this clip here called Back from Vacation. And based on what was said in that clip, we knew that it was talking about vacation properties, family travel. However, there was a little bit of profanity in there and some not safe for work language in there. So we could put that content warning on there so folks could decide whether or not to actually watch that clip. So we're at 7 million clips at this point in fall of 2021. And we're going along. The database is working great. So let's in January add some more features. So we added date and category filters to the discovery page. We added the ability to see who you're following, what clips you like, and we actually got some feedback from a user who wanted so much control on their filtering, and it was something that we just couldn't accept and handle with our current structure and workload. We had other features we wanted to add, and one user that wanted to be able to filter and do things that it wasn't realistic for us to deliver. We added a streamer dashboard, and you see the little heat map that we added and a radar graph there, so you can see data about the clips, what days they're created, who were the folks that created clips that were most viewed, and the most viewed categories for the clips. We improved the search page as well. And with 9 million clips under management in January of 2022, we felt pretty good about the website. And we've added more features in April. We're still working on RavenDB and things are working great. So let's add playlists. This is something you have on YouTube. Let's allow folks to put together a group of clips that tell a story or that provide that set of highlights that you want to share with folks that talk a little bit about how the story of different events and things happen on your stream. So we made the ability to do playlists, let users select clips that are played back to back to back, and we even built in our own little playlist player there with forward and back buttons and a list of clips. And we could store this as a single record in RavenDB that had an array of clip IDs attached to it. And in that NoSQL database, these were a dream to work with because you never really would search across playlists. Playlists were something that were sitting as a list on a page somewhere that you would go and click into, or you would share a link to it, and it would read this one record that had a reference with primary keys to the exact clips it wanted to present, load that data up, and present it on screen. Not bad. A little bit over normalized maybe, but it worked well for us, and we were able to do some really fun things with this. Now, at that point, we had 10 million clips. And we wanted to do a little bit more information with the live channels that were out there. We were already tracking who was live. So let's show it on the site. So we put this sidebar together that would show, here's the folks that recently went live that you follow. And since we're tracking that information, just put this little live indicator out there with a duration next to it that says, here's how long these folks are live, and allow you to click on that indicator and go watch their channel. Once again, helping provide discovery going back to Twitch so you can watch some of the channels and folks that you enjoy participating in. It was fun. But when we look at the list of live streamers and streamers that you follow, well, what about starting that algorithm so that we could suggest streamers for you to follow? We started to get to know a lot of channels that were out there on Twitch and the types of content that they had. And not just the types of content that they had, but the types of content that you liked, because we knew as a user that logged into Kliptok what channels you followed. And we knew what channels were similar based on categories and types of clips that were being created. So we started to put together a channel suggestion feature. And we used ML.net to do this. It was pretty straightforward because there was already a sample out there in the documentation that would do movie recommendations. Hey, we see that you like Casino and Godfather 1 and Godfather 2. You know what? You might also like these other movies that are out there starring Robert De Niro, and recommend those things. So let's take that same approach and build a model that we could mine and work with inside of Kliptok, and we'll update that behind the scenes. And we'll use a very similar methodology. If you follow the same channels as somebody else, you might like the same channels as them. Not bad. So we'll go through and we'll rebuild that model. It takes a couple minutes to rebuild, but we'll rebuild that model every 6 hours and lob it out into Azure Blob Storage. There's 11 million clips on the service at this point. No problem for us to cache that model in API functions memory. Put it out there in memory, let it sit, and folks can interact with it. No problem. So we like that. We also noticed over the summer, as we got into August of 2022, and the 16 million clips that we had out there, we noticed that our dead letter queue on the service bus started to fill up. In fact, there were several thousand messages sitting out there for processing, for clips that were being downloaded and weren't handled. There was some sort of an error along the way. So we had a command line tool that we set up to reprocess those records, but forgot to run it, you know? That kind of happens when humans are involved. You forget to run things. So we attached that command line tool to a scheduled function and had it connected to a timer trigger, run it in the back office Azure functions, and have it check once an hour. Hey, is there anything in the dead letter queue? Let's clean that out, update, and send things out. Things are running great. We're building and adding features to the website to make sure that we've got consistent data. It's loading properly, it's saving properly in the database, it's clean, and we've got some fun features. In September, we had decided to add a trending feature. We had about 18 million clips, and we started to recognize as clips are coming in, as folks are broadcasting live, hey, there's a lot of folks on these channels, on these categories. Let's put together a little bit of a trending page that would show you, here's the categories of the channels that are live that folks are currently watching and how many people are watching. Because when we got the live channel records, we knew how many people were watching each channel. So we were already doing that query for our back office sync operations to find new clips. Well, let's just put it on screen somewhere so folks can see that. And when we get those live channel records, we also get a thumbnail. So let's put the thumbnail up as well, along with that channel name. We're reusing data that we already had in the database and adding an API into our API function, along with a screen into our Blazor application to present content. So we used a little bar graph component here from Progress, and we grabbed a tool that would allow us to build a word cloud. And I forget if this was somebody else's tool or if this was Progress's tool, to give us a word cloud that we could put below it so you could see the commonly used topics in the titles of both the broadcast and the clips. And you see a lot of people are talking about Silent Hill at this time when we took the screenshot. Well, we're going through and we're doing all this, and we're getting into October. There's 20 million clips now in the application. We need to figure out how to start covering some of our costs. Let's talk about advertising. We've got concerns about advertising on around streamer videos. If I'm going to put an ad around your video, how do I deal with that? Do I set up revenue share? And I want to make sure that my advertisers match with the content that we're presenting. And we already wanted to build some unique Twitch viewing features that folks might want to pay for that would help offset some of our costs. In talking to folks around the industry, we identified and learned that we had some interesting market data that nobody else had because of how we were analyzing the clips. And we were only looking at that metadata that our back office features were collecting. So let's take some of that viewership data, the transcripts that we had, use a little bit of analysis to build a monthly report on some of those topics discussed. These were some revenue plans that we had as we were looking forward. At this point in October, the application was becoming a little bit more complex. At this point, we had 15 projects inside of Visual Studio as we're looking at the Solution Explorer here. We had 70 HTTP APIs that we had built to manage the website. We had a ton of triggers that were both HTTP triggers, queue triggers, service bus triggers, timer triggers that were all running in back office to do our sync, to do data aggregation, and send data out there. We had a bunch of services that worked with RavenDB to manage data access, and custom APIs and tools that we built to allow us to interact with Twitch and mine and work with that data. We also built a little administrative website that ran on the side so that while we weren't actively working on the application and sitting here, they don't have, okay, thank you, Findal. While we weren't sitting here actively working on the website, we could log into an admin website and tune and make changes to the behavior of the application. We had our Blazor app. We had a series of custom components that we built that we could share between the Blazor app and the static website. You see static web down there. That was the SEO, the search engine optimized version that was built with ASP.NET Core. So we shared the components between them so we could reuse and get some simple functionality being presented to the search engines without a whole lot of formatting on it. Well, at this point, as we closed out 2022, we learned a bunch of things. Building a website business is hard. There's a lot you need to figure out, and getting and establishing revenue to grow and make sure that we could fund that was a process that we weren't ready for. There was a lot of time and dedication. I spent many late nights fixing things, tweaking, making sure that scheduled processes worked through properly. I was attempting to do organic marketing, and it just was not working. I needed to do some placements with folks, getting other folks talking about the application so that more viewers would identify and start coming through to the application. I also figured out that your favorite technology might not be the right choice. I really enjoyed using Azure Storage, but it wasn't, and MySQL, but it wasn't working out for me. So I moved and learned all about RavenDB, and it worked well. In November 2022, we've got 20 million clips, and we started running into a problem again. The indexing needs are just too much. With 20 million clips, the database indexing in RavenDB is literally constantly running. The I/O, the amount of time that RavenDB is writing to disk, is overwhelming their capabilities. I had 3 nodes that were running inside my RavenDB cluster, and they were constantly indexing, writing, and leaving no threads for queries to come through and work with data. Now, I could grow the database vertically, but it would also double my database bill. That's not going to work. I could add more nodes, but where does that end? How much more capacity does that give me? Well, let's take some steps first. In December 2022, we brought the next purge. There were millions of clips on Kliptok that had 0 views. Why are we managing these? We're wasting gigabytes to store this data. Roughly 1 million clips is a gigabyte of data, and we're storing it for free, and nobody's reading them. So we deleted 5 million clips that had 0 views, and we removed channels that had no clips that had been added within the previous 6 months. We removed and we limited the interactions with channels that were inactive. And that got us down to 15 million clips. Going into January, we started evaluating and doing our next change of technology. Phase 3. We're at 16 million clips in the database. And in talking to folks that worked on SQL Server, they said, we see you've got this application. We think we can help you out here because we have the ability to grow and store a heck of a lot more data in a smaller database. Tell me more. We could run 2 SQL databases on Azure, have one set up to replicate and have that be our read database, and have the other one be the primary with read-write operations. All right, so let's reevaluate. How's that going to impact our architecture? Well, we had RavenDB in the middle there. Well, we're going to swap out RavenDB now, and we're going to have 2 databases, SQL 1 and SQL 2. All right. The rest of the stuff is still running very well. The Azure functions behind the scene are chugging along and scaling out appropriately and nicely and handling it. And because we get millions of executions for free, that runs great. And the Azure Static website, there is no tuning or maintenance needed here. It's doing its job and scaling appropriately when we get pressure for folks reading and interacting with the website. I like that. I like that a lot. So we started planning that next change of technology. We know that repeated queries against SQL Server might not be needed. We can do some things to improve that. So let's add Redis into the middle to cache some of those results so we're not constantly hitting SQL Server. So things like the popular list of clips on each channel, the recent clips on each channel, and the list of currently live channels. Let's move all those to a Redis cache where we can allow that to sit in memory, have very low latency read, and present with very quick interactions there. So let's update that architecture. Here we are, architecture 4. We added this 2 SQL servers, and now we're going to add in a Redis database. I'm getting a circular a disk tower over here. It looks like, my gosh, it's starting to look like Stacy's MVP trophy here with all the disks on it, okay? So look, it's growing. Not bad. I like this. We've got 16 million clips in there, but we hit a problem in January. Kliptok started becoming a little bit more adult. Something happened in January where what became known as the hot tub meta happened. There were a couple of attractive folks that would set up a children's wading pool in their apartment, in their home, in their family room, and they would climb in and play around in this children's wading pool with a camera on them. Okay. I wanted to keep Kliptok family friendly while folks still want to be able to see this content. So I had been working with, I had already built a feature for my live stream that used Azure Computer Vision. It would report a raciness score based on a photo that you would send it. So let's scan thumbnails in those particular categories that are being used inside this hot tub meta that was happening and take a look and determine whether something is racy or not. So we decided if a thumbnail had a 90% raciness score, blur it. And there's one of the blurred images there. I wanted to make sure I keep this family friendly for the event. I think we did a good job with that, Stacy, okay? And we added a racy content warning, put a little eyeball there so that you weren't scanning through and scanning through Kliptok and all of a sudden there were folks that were viewing the website from parts of the world where they're a little bit more religious, they're a little bit more conservative, and I didn't want them to scroll down and all of a sudden go, oh my gosh, what's that? There's somebody who's wearing a swimsuit and showing way too much skin or whatever it is they might be doing. So the racy content, we also made sure would never appear on the anonymous discovery feed. So if you didn't log in to Kliptok, this content never was eligible to be displayed. But once you logged in and it started presenting content, even though it might have been popular, we hid it from you by default. All right. So that was a second step into doing machine learning and artificial intelligence. So as we're thinking, so we get done adding that, we're into February, we're going to bring in SQL Server. How do we start searching now? We're doing the migration, and we recognize that SQL Server search is with text, full text search is slow. How do we do this? How do we get around this? So we brought in Elasticsearch. Elasticsearch is the same tool that's used underneath the covers by Azure Search, but we could control and scale it and manage it appropriately for us and customize that as need be. So let's add another subscription into our service bus that will allow us to manage Elastic. So here we go. There's the architecture. Azure Static website is doing just fine here, but we're going to add another data store. There, we're adding Elastic now to the bottom. Man, okay, we don't have quite as many disks as Stacy has on her MVP trophy, but we're getting there. All right, and we're going to interact with that with the service bus so that we manage our search index over inside Elastic. And in April 2023, we finally finished migrating 25.6 million clips, 8.2 million channels. Holy smokes. It took 4 months to migrate the database from RavenDB to SQL Server and go live. Not just SQL Server, but SQL Server and Elastic and Redis. Okay? We took RavenDB, one database system, and we swapped it out for 3 more. That's a lot. That's a lot of moving pieces that we just put into place. And things were working well. The next few months were all about tuning and optimizing the indexes and queries in that SQL Server database. All of the Azure App Service functions ran beautifully, scaled amazingly. And I had no problems with them. It was always the database. The data interactions were always where I struggled. And at this point, my Kliptok transcriptions started to become expensive. We're processing thousands of clips a day, and we only processed those with 5 or more views we would transcribe. Was it 5 or 3? I can't remember. Assembly AI couldn't keep up with the traffic that was coming through. Even though we had a service bus that would receive messages back when the transcript was done, load it up and save it into the data store, it was just taking way too long because we had one assembly AI service that we were pushing into. So could we create multiple processors, run more transcription services? At this point in June of 2023, we've got 27 million clips. That's about 27 gig of data hanging out there. So our next tech change came in. Let's look at using OpenAI. We knew OpenAI was starting to hit, and there was a model called Whisper that would allow us to do transcripts from audio. And I could run those transcripts on a Raspberry Pi. Fortunately, I happen to have 6 Raspberry Pi 4s laying around, and I had already done some demos and some tests learning how to run Kubernetes on them. Fantastic. So I already had a Raspberry Pi tower sitting there. We could deploy 8 transcription containers to the 5 secondary Raspberry Pi devices. So the primary would control and set direction and allow the deployment and the running of each one of those services on the other 5 devices. Brilliant. Looked good. Really happy about that. Each one of those transcription containers that would run over there would allow us to, in each service, download a Twitch clip, convert it to an MP3. I actually used FFmpeg there directly on the Raspberry Pi, run the OpenAI Whisper model on it locally so that I would get from that MP3 my transcript, and then upload the transcript into my APIs in my Kliptok API project that would then save it off and allow it to be handled for processing. All right, architecture diagram again. So here we go. I've got my stack of cylinders there in the middle. I've got assembly AI as a cloud over there, but we're going to swap them out for my stack of Raspberry Pis. And they live right on the bookshelf behind me here in my home office. And let me tell you, Mrs. C# Fritz and the dog and the kids heard that fan running at all hours of the night, and they're like, what the heck is going on in Dad's office over there? Yeah, that was a thing. And tech changed again. In July of 2023, we were at 30 million clips, and Twitch launched a new clip discovery service natively called your personalized feed. Kliptok's visitations plummeted as my costs were rising. I was struggling. I even had Raspberry Pis running locally that was generating and pushing content up into the database that was running on Azure. We took Kliptok offline, July 17, 2023. Why? You can't compete with native features. So what did we learn? If you're building a website and you're not building UI features, you're not attracting new visitors. Building an application as a sidecar to an existing service is pretty risky because that service can change and move. They changed their API several times, and we were flexible and moved with it. However, architecture changes are your enemy. Even though you designed a flexible architecture, you need to make sure that it can grow with your website. Every time you're rewriting code, you are not building features. Those are sunk costs that you will never get back. And it better be worth it to come back through there. Do your homework. Simple math on the amount of data storage that I was using should have told me that this wasn't going to work. We had only barely touched on the number of folks that were interacting with Twitch, and I was already spending hundreds of dollars a month in data storage and interaction and processing to make all of that work. We learned that large streamers like Dr. Lupo would generate more than 1,000 clips a day. That means just for his channel, for each day, we'd get a meg of storage we had to allocate. Now, that's a meg of storage for the metadata for those clips and another meg of storage in the search index for those clips. So Dr. Lupo, for each day that he was broadcasting in my architecture, would consume 2 megabytes of data. By the end of the month, that's 60 megabytes of data. You see where this is going. It didn't scale. Twitch has hundreds of streamers like Dr. Lupo, and I still wasn't indexing 5% of them. That's hard to go against. But I did make a good decision to store metadata. The database was growing way too fast, and there were other services that were storing the video. Those services ran out of money quickly and fell over, and folks weren't able to interact with them because it was just too much. I could have pivoted and only stored interesting clips and pushed ad hoc queries back to Twitch and not actually store that data locally. The one thing that never changed as I was building this website was my Azure Static website. The static website grew and scaled with my application with no code changes. The cost was minimal. The cheapest thing that I ran every month, even when I got to the end in July of 2023, was my Azure Static website. It used the website, the APIs beautifully. As I started to add in caching, the Azure functions that ran cost little to nothing in my bills each month. Okay? It was an amazing choice for building a highly interactive website. If I were to build another website that was going to be as interactive as Kliptok, that I needed to scale, that was going to have lots of fun logic and APIs, I'm going to be on that Azure Static Web. I want to make sure that I give you a little bit of a post note here about that Twitch discovery feed that was rolled out in July of 2023. They updated their mobile app in June of 2024. The clip discovery feed was moved to a pivot at the top. Channels and clips you'll see at the top of the Twitch app. The clip searching feature that I featured, that I promoted, that was key to Kliptok's success, was never completed and delivered on Twitch. As of August 2024, all users of the Twitch app now have the new discovery feed feature in there. And it's been panned by experts and users alike as a terrible update and called garbage. Since then, Clip Discovery has been removed from the Twitch website. Thank you so much for listening to my story about Kliptok. It was an amazing 3 years. It was an amazing 3 years of development and fun that we spent building this application. I loved it with all my heart, and I'm so glad I got to spend that time with you. Thank you for taking some time and listening to my story about an application that we built.
Thank you
Thank you
so
for-
much for that talk. I was not expecting that ending.
Right. Right.
I
That's
knew that ending, and I still had a journey.
yes. I'm kind of
Like
glad that
11
I
Get a
wasn't.
little misty here, friends, okay?
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting this. You wouldn't believe last night I'm going through clips and videos and finding some of these data points and making sure that things are right. And it was such a trip down memory lane.
I can imagine. I joined you for some of that journey on Twitch.
Yep.
It
Mhm.
was so much fun to be on that, and the app was fantastic. And yeah, I'm
Agreed.
not surprised that you're getting misty.
Yeah. We had a lot of fun with it. I still want to publish the source code at some point. There are things I need to redact from it, but I do want to publish the source code and write a bit of a wrap up to it, because sharing the story like this is something that I think a lot of folks that are taking that journey and stepping down and saying, I want to build a website. I want to build a web application. Let me share what I learned. Let me share my journey.
Yeah.
Like a web
Absolutely.
application at scale.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And absolute truth. And the two of you, I know you'd been in many of the streams. The static website was rock solid and literally didn't change at all during it.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
Thank you
I
so
must say that I agree with you 100% about the Twitch app update as well. It got so much worse when you tried adding this feature to it. It's terrible.
it was not received well.
Kill the competition and then do it badly.
Yes.
I think that there's something that we need to bring up on screen, and
Please.
I love this from Scott. And so
Oh,
it really was. It's as I put in the chat, not halfway through, about 3/4 of the way through. As we were talking about before you came on, my mind is mush. I have health issues anyway, so 6 hours is a long time for me. I was transfixed. That was a stunning ending. Thank you so much.
Oh gosh, Stacy, thank you so much for having me, and Eric. It was so much fun to share, and the fact that I'm able to recount and share this with friends like this, and that you enjoyed and you caught on, and thank you so much. Not just to you, but to you folks out there that are watching. We really appreciate you taking the time to stick with us and learn about what you can do with Azure Static Web Apps.
Absolutely. We have one question.
Sure, go for it.
And that it's also from Scott. The Raspberry Pis, was that used for converting it to MP3?
Not just converting to MP3s. You're right. Not just. So I had a container app that I built it with .NET. I think it was .NET 7 at the time. But I used the FFmpeg library. There's a bridge NuGet package you can install. So I had the FFmpeg library installed in my container along with this NuGet library that would download, it would identify the location of the clip on Twitch, download the MP4, convert it to an MP3 using FFmpeg, and then it would run the Whisper OpenAI model to do the transcription. It would analyze the MP3, turn it into text, and send that text up to the service bus where it would get picked up and eventually saved into the database.
Did you ever notice that on your internet bandwidth? 'Cause, I mean, you were downloading all of these clips off of Twitch. No.
But each one of the clips was maybe a meg. I wasn't requesting the highest quality. I just needed I could get the 320 pixel quality because what I was interested in was the audio. The picture size didn't matter to me. So I would request the smallest size one, convert to the MP3 and do the transcription.
Yeah.
So
and then
you're right.
I have a question that I need to ask.
Sure, go for it.
Bang hat.
I can't believe you. Wow, it's an IRL chat stream command. Love that. So for those of you out there who don't know what Stacy's referring to, on my stream, right there you see Fritz. You can execute the !hat command, and there's an AI that'll take a picture of my hat and tell you about it. So yes, it's Halloween, and I did have a chicken costume on earlier, and I got to about 15 minutes before the session here, and I said, "It's too hot. I got to take this off." So I at least wore this. So this is, and I'll get a little bit closer there. It's the Headless Horseman in orange embroidered thread there. There you go. So
It looks awesome.
My daughter was home from college this last weekend before, and we went to a place called, there it is, Sleepy Hollow Haunted Acres. It was a haunted hayride. There was a haunted house there. It's a farm that they turned the back half of the fields at the end of the summer and the fall into an attraction. And we went over there and walked through. And as we're coming out of the haunted house, there's a merch stand set up, and they're selling T-shirts and hoodies and hats. And if you know anything about me with hats, friends, I love a good hat.
Gotta get the hats.
And I saw this one, and I thought, for a Halloween hat that is the orange and black with the Headless Horseman, that is a beautiful, amazing hat. And I had to pick it up. I haven't taken this off. I had a different hat on stream today, but all through the last week and a half, I've literally been wearing this hat the whole time. Like,
awesome.
I really, really like this one. So yeah, I've got the Sleepy Hollow the Headless Horseman hat. So
awesome.
Is your hat collection on your website up to date?
No, it's right.
We're talking about a collector here.
Yeah.
Could it ever be up to date? That's a different question.
It could, and I think we're going to add that to the to-do list for when we get on the other side of .NET Conf and Ignite and some of these events that are coming up in November. On the other side of the fall conference season here, we'll get that up to date, because there's features out there. There's another Azure Static website, my hats website, hats.c#fritz.com. That's an Azure Static website, Blazor WebAssembly on the front end, and it's Azure Blob Storage on the back end. So yeah, there's another one. Thank you for pointing that out. Yep. So,
awesome.
So much fun.
And I think it's one thing that I absolutely have to say. Anybody who's not seen Jeff's streams, go watch them. They are awesome. And more than that, the charitable things that you do on your stream are also absolutely spectacular.
Oh, thank you. There are folks who get into streaming and they want to make money, they want to be famous and that kind of thing. And I was doing this I wanted to teach people, I wanted to grow a community, and to turn around and be able to say, you know what, we're going to take subscriptions, we're going to take cheers that folks want to share. No pressure to do those, and hand those off to charities like St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and help fight cancer. Hand it off to the Raspberry Pi Foundation. Hand it off to the American Cancer Society, and pay it forward to some of these organizations. It's an amazing thing that I'm proud that we're able to do as a tech community. I'm just happen to be the face that's writing code and having a good time and providing a location where we can do good things together. And thank you so much, Stacey. It's absolutely a joy to do, and I've had a lot of fun with it.
Awesome, thank you. And looking at the time, I guess unfortunately it's time to say goodbye.
Yeah.
But before we do, I've done intros. Now I want to do an outro.
Cool.
So together we've cackled in delight. You joined us, dear developers, in this wondrous rite. Now go, for knowledge awaits in the realm of the code. From this gathering of minds, let wisdom explode.
Oh, very cool. Very nice.
Very nice.
And on that note, I want to say thank you to everybody who has watched. I want to say thank you to everybody who's given up their time to talk on today. To Eric for jumping in, hosting with me at last minute notice. Again, Jessica, wishing you all the best. Wish that you were here. And yeah, it's been awesome. I really enjoyed it. And watch out, because I want to do next year with more deeper things in the paid tier and the really cool stuff you can do.
Take the last question there.
We have a last question. Okay, let's do.
Yeah.
Let's finish on a question.
Sure.
Yes.
There we go.
When designing and making a site like this, when do you draw the architecture diagram? Before coding, during, or primarily for the presentation?
For the presentation. At the point that we're building it, that we're building and working through the website, we didn't really need an architecture diagram because we had just 2 or 3 moving pieces and we knew how they fit together. Who was I sharing and presenting that to and needed to communicate that to? I didn't have anybody else in the team really. Every now and again, somebody would contribute some code, jump in and help me out with a feature, but I didn't need to communicate to them the whole architecture of it. I was able for this website, I was able to segment and isolate different capabilities of it. When it came to transcription, it was easy for me to isolate and say, well, I've just got a function over here that wakes up every so often and is going to do transcriptions. Or I've got a feature over here that's going to provide the search capabilities, and I could isolate and focus on just that. I never had to communicate more than an isolated subsystem of the larger application. So it worked out for me to not have to do that and be able to share just those architecture diagrams when we have a slide deck like this at the end. So
awesome. So
Perfect.
That's a wonderful way to end it. Thank you all. And
Thank you very much, everyone.
until Halloween next year. Bye-bye.
Bye.
enjoy.